Many thanks to my supporters on Patreon. If you'd like to join them, check the link in the description. But now, enjoy the video. Welcome to Gran Turismo Origins. This is the beginning of my personal retrospective into the Gran Turismo series of racing games. I've already spent a lot of time making videos about Gran Turismo over the past few years. I guess it's only natural considering it is my all-time favourite series. But something I wanted to do for a while now is to dive into exactly why that's the case. These games can be split into two distinct eras, the first encompassing the initial 6 mainline titles, and the second from Gran Turismo Sport onwards. Now, there is no shortage of review-style content on that second category when it comes to my channel, and I think my thoughts on the current state of the franchise have been made very clear. But what about those first 6 games? If you follow my content, then you'll already know that my outlook on them is far more positive. But nothing is ever so simple. Gran Turismo itself redefined the racing game genre in more ways than people often realise. Whether it be the menu design and music, the visuals and graphical breakthroughs, the driving and physics simulation, the cars and tracks, and especially the game design and single-player structure, we're going to cover all of it. I'm leaving no stone unturned in my quest to completely understand this series. And not only that, but we're going to cover these games from multiple perspectives. Not just how we view them now in current day, but also how they were viewed at the time. As the purpose these games served has changed over time, so has people's opinions on them. And by comparing these, we can gain some really fascinating insights about this series. So that's my goal, to put aside all sentimentality and view these games for what they really are. How did we go from this to this? And besides the obvious, what really changed? We'll observe every trend we can and analyse each and every success and failure of these games to understand what makes this series so special and how each of these games fit into that story. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got 6 whole games to get through, and we're of course kicking this off with the one that started it all, the original Gran Turismo. Let me set the scene. The story of Gran Turismo is the story of one man and his dream. Kazunori Yamauchi was born in Chiba, Japan in 1967, and from a very young age he developed an interest in cars. It got to the point that he was soon able to name every car he would see driving in his town. As he grew older, his passion for the automotive world increased even further. As an adult, he would own various high-performance sports cars, such as the Toyota Supra, Nissan 300ZX, and Nissan Skyline GTR, the latter of which he would crash whilst going over 120 miles an hour on the highway, a very formative lesson for him. Having such an interest in cars led to him playing many driving games at the time, but it was always an experience that left him wanting. He lamented how controlling the cars in these games didn't really feel anything like driving a car for real. By 1992, at the age of 25, Kazunori was working at Sony Music Entertainment Japan. At the same time, Sony itself was planning to enter the video game console market. After a tie-up with Nintendo went sour, it was decided that they would go it alone, with the Sony PlayStation being announced to the public in late 1993. However, Sony would need games for their new console, and whilst they ended up partnering with and even acquiring many third-party developers, they also looked internally. This is where Kaz comes into the picture, as he was approached by Shuhei Yoshida, one of the main figures behind the PlayStation project. Initially surprised by the thought of making games, he soon warmed up to the idea, writing up around 100 game proposals in total. But there was one that really stood out. It was for what he called a hyper-real driving simulator. Essentially, it would be a racing game that placed a bigger emphasis on the dynamics of driving, and featured an expansive roster of real-world cars. Nothing like it had ever been done before, and the higher-ups at Sony saw it as too much of a risk for their brand new console. So instead, Kaz placed his efforts on another project for the time being. This would become MotorToon Grand Prix, a cartoony 3D racer released in Japan in late 1994. But although on the surface it appeared nothing like his hyper-real driving simulator proposal, within it could be found some surprisingly deep driving mechanics. The way the vehicles handled conveyed a sense of weight that wasn't like many other games at the time. The title sold well enough to earn a sequel in 1996, MotorToon Grand Prix 2, and this was even released in the West. The game boasted even further refined handling, and a bonus mode that replaced the cartoon cartoon vehicles with realistic race cars. Despite his driving simulator pitch being shot down, Kaz never gave up on the idea. In fact, since 1992, he continued to work on the project in secret, eventually being joined by the small development team assembled for the MotorToon games named Polly's Entertainment. Unknowingly, Sony had furthered his project by publishing these games, both of which served as testbeds for Kaz's true vision. And with all of these pieces in place, Sony finally gave their blessing for Kaz to develop his dream game. But it wouldn't be easy. When you're trying to push the boundaries within a medium, it never is. Not only did Kaz want to develop a racing game with realistic handling, he also wanted it to look as close to reality as possible. He also envisioned an in-depth tuning and upgrade system where cars could be fitted with new parts that improved performance, much like in real life. Not to mention the cars themselves. Toyota was the first brand to give their approval to the idea, and soon many others followed. Not just Japanese ones, but even a handful of international makes. After 5 long years, an unprecedented amount of time in the games industry, where many of the developers barely even left the office, the game was finally ready. It just needed a name. For this, Kaz settled on Gran Turismo. The term originates from Gran Tour, a cultural trip through Europe that became a custom for many aristocrats starting in the 17th century. The name essentially implying that this game would be like a grand tour of automotive culture. Despite pouring so much time and effort into this project, Kaz and his team knew that it was a very niche idea. They thought that given how specialized it was, that it would only have a very specific audience. And I suppose that only makes what happened next all the more incredible. Gran Turismo debuted in late 1997, and it's no exaggeration to say that it rocked the racing game world. This was a game that boasted top-of-the-line graphics, a massive selection of fully licensed cars, a deep and rewarding gameplay loop, and of course a driving experience that was unparalleled on console. So why don't we actually play the game and see what it's all about? This game gives a pretty unique impression right from the get-go. The menus are made up of garish orange contrasting with black backgrounds. It's very 90s. To go with it, we also have a soundtrack that's just as in your face. It was composed by Jason Page and inspired by the electronic/industrial movement of the day. However, if you were playing the game in Japan, these menus sound totally different. Over there, the soundtrack is made up of funk and jazz fusion composed by Isamu Ohira. His songs Mr. Four-Wheel Drive and Take Your Dream On, used in the Subaru and Aston Martin dealerships respectively, are some of my favourites. But even though I prefer this OST, I actually think the Western soundtrack fits the vibe of the game a bit better. For me, the smooth and refined music in the Japanese version seems at odds with the very loud visual design. Anyway, you have to remember that when playing these games, the menus and music will almost always be our first impression. And typically when we think back to these older games in retrospect, the menus and music will again be one of the first things that come to our minds. They actually influence our perception of these games more than you might think. But with that said, what's really important is what happens when you hit the track. When this game came out in 1997, it looked the business. I have to tell you this explicitly because to modernize, it really doesn't look all that impressive. But the devil is in the details, something that will emerge as a theme when it comes to Gran Turismo. What's amazing is how they use so few polygons to create these car models, and yet they're all instantly recognizable as the cars they represent, even from a distance. The track environments too are decently detailed, if slightly sparse in places owing to memory limitations. But one of GT1's biggest draws in the graphical department is the reflections on the cars. A very minute detail to point out, but it was something that set it apart from pretty much every other racing game of the time. It makes the cars feel a lot more integrated into these environments. One of the best ways to sample this is with the game's revolutionary replay mode. This is another area that GT1 excels in, with its replay system being considered truly exceptional, and it still holds up well to this day. For the time, the cars in this game looked great, but they also sounded decent as well. Most engine notes are unique from one another. You're not going to mistake a GTR for a Viper, for example, but there was still room for improvement when it came to their accuracy. This is an area that Kaz himself has admitted was compromised during development. But if you don't like the engine sounds, you can just drown them out with the music. Yet again, this is an area where the various versions of the game differ. In the West, we got a soundtrack that was very loud and aggressive, featuring high-tempo licensed tunes that helped to amp up the racing action. PAL regions also got a few extra songs, mainly from the band Feeder. In Japan, things were again more subdued, but nowhere near as much of a contrast as the menu music. The songs there are all original and composed by Masahiro Ando, the guitarist for the band T-Square, and that includes the song from the intro movie, Moon Over the Castle. This song is iconic and has since become a part of Gran Turismo's identity. In the West, our intro movie got a Chemical Brothers remix of a Manic Street Preachers song, Everything Must Go. It doesn't fit quite as well. However, I have to say that the build-up in this version includes my personal favourite 15 seconds from any Gran Turismo intro ever. Seriously, that gives me chills every time. But now we're officially done with the music. If we're talking about the original Gran Turismo, the real star of the show, the thing that got players and game reviewers raving back in the day, is the driving. Again, this is something that's hard to fully grasp unless you were actually there at the time. But what you need to understand is that in those days, no console racing game handled like Gran Turismo, not even close. Yes, there were early sims, like Jeff Cramman's Grand Prix series for example, that did have more realistic handling, but for the Polys team to achieve such a level of handling detail across so many different cars, and on the original PlayStation, was truly a marvel. In contrast to most other racers, the cars feel weighty and expressive, and the level of grip the tyres have at any one moment is clearly communicated. It's worth noting that the DualShock controller debuted just 1 month before GT1 itself, and this was actually the first game to fully support its analog sticks, which can be used for steering as well as brake and throttle. Steering with the D-pad and using the face buttons to accelerate and slow down is still very doable, but some of the detail is lost. I think the best way to explain how impressive this handling model is to demonstrate using the 4 different drivetrain configurations present in the game: FR, FF, MR, and all-wheel drive. FR cars can suffer with gradual oversteer but also understeer on corner exits. FF cars are very responsive on corner entry but not so much when on the power. MR cars are generally well balanced but can be prone to snap oversteer when pushed too hard over uneven surfaces or with bad settings. And all-wheel drive cars are quite stable, but some do have oversteer on corner entry and then understeer on exits. These traits, albeit oversimplified for this explanation, are generally consistent with how these types of cars drive in real life. But there is a lot more nuance to it. Cars with the same drivetrain can handle differently from one another depending on various factors, giving each of them a unique personality. However, GT1's handling isn't perfect. Certain cars tend to have a habit of bouncing strangely on one side when driven over uneven surfaces like curbs. It can get really frustrating to deal with, but this can be improved by making the rear springs and dampers softer. We'll talk more about upgrades and tuning later on, but for now, let's dive into the meat of this game: the content. As previously stated, this game had a huge amount of cars for its time, somewhere between 140 and 150 depending on region. Albeit many of these cars are alternate versions of each other, but it's still impressive. As expected, the car list is made up of mostly contemporary Japanese models. If you were a car enthusiast in Japan at the time, there was a very good chance that your car was featured here. There are also a handful of overseas models courtesy of Aston Martin, Chevrolet, Dodge, and TVR, adding a touch of variety. In terms of tracks, there are 11 unique locations, all of which being fictional, which is roughly around what you'd expect for the time. However, within these 11, there is also a decent amount of variety, from the simple bankings of High Speed Ring, all the way up to the complex streets of Special Stage Route 11. Something I'm always astounded by when I play this game is just how good these original designs still are. Is a point that was further driven home when I made my ranking of every original circuit in Gran Turismo, and most of these featured in the top half. They're each memorable in their own way, and plenty of fun to drive as well. What I also love is how they're done up to make them look like real racetracks. Details like pit buildings, overhead gantries, and signage featuring mostly real-world brands, such as Castrol Oil and Bridgestone tyres. It just makes everything feel that bit more authentic. You know, it's all well and good excelling on a technical level and impressing on the content side, but to me, that's all just a platform. I've always been of the view that what really matters in a racing game is what you do with these elements. And now we can finally talk about what makes Gran Turismo truly special, in my opinion. Gran Turismo, or Simulation Mode, is the main campaign mode of this game. Now, I am far from the first person to do a retrospective on this series, but there's always something that's bugged me. Whenever people talk about these games, they of course mention the single-player career as an important factor in what makes them so enjoyable to play, but they don't tend to dive that deeply into how they actually work. For this series, I'm going to change that. From my point of view, if a Gran Turismo game doesn't have a good career, it simply isn't a good Gran Turismo. It matters more to me than almost anything else in these games. This is why I've spent the past 2 years playing through each of these titles again, so that I can gain a complete understanding of what makes a Gran Turismo career mode fundamentally enjoyable. Using this experience, we can then compare each of these games against each other and understand where they differ, where they're the same, and see how that all affects how we play through them. Being the original, GT1 had no real points of reference for people playing it back in the day, but we can still analyse what exactly it does. This game was revolutionary for combining role-playing elements with a racing game. It was an idea that hadn't really been done much before, and certainly nowhere near the scale of GT1. The basic idea is this: you start at the bottom of the ladder with the slowest cars, and gradually work your way up by winning races, earning faster cars and using them to win tougher races, until you can win the final event and beat the game. Now, that on its own doesn't sound all too revolutionary. Plenty of other arcade-style racing games were already doing a similar type of progression, but it's the specifics of how GT1 does this, making use of its massive car roster and deeper simulation aspects, that truly sets it apart. To start off, you're not simply given a car, you actually have to go out and buy one. This game is built around an economy where the currency is called credits. Everything in this game costs a certain amount of credits, and you can earn more by completing races. To start the game, you're given 10,000 credits to buy your first car. The cars themselves are contained within dealerships for each brand. But it doesn't end there. Most dealerships contain 2 sets of cars, new cars and used cars. The implication is pretty obvious. New cars represent the latest models, whereas used cars are generally older models that are sold at a reduced price. What this means is that your first car pretty much has to be a used one, because that's all you can afford. But within that, you still have plenty of choice. In comparison to most racing games of the time, this was a far more open-ended way of doing things, where the rules of the system, like the credits and how much things cost, are clearly defined, but you're free to act within those rules however you want to. Now, I appreciate that if you've ever played a Gran Turismo game before, this will all seem very basic, but as the first game in the series, I really want to underline what exactly GT1 did differently from other racing games at the time. What you'll start to notice is how it takes ideas from the real world, like car dealerships, and uses them as game design elements that add depth to the experience. And this is just one example. So say you've chosen your first car and want to get racing. Well, not so fast, buddy, you still need to earn your license. Yep, this game makes you take a license test before you can race. Actually, to be more specific, 8 license tests. These are short, timed challenges that focus on specific driving techniques. Now, whilst all they appear to do is gatekeep you from entering race events until you're good enough, one of their main purposes is actually to help you understand the driving physics. This is why they start off so basic, just requiring you to accelerate and stop within a certain distance. You see, with this more in-depth handling model, the developers were concerned that players would find it difficult to control the cars. This point is also hammered home by the instruction manual of the game, which contains an entire 37-page section dedicated to explaining driving techniques. Wow, remember when games actually came with instruction manuals? Wild. But anyway, this is a big reason for why these licenses exist. There are 3 in total, each getting gradually harder, but unlocking more race events. These tests are notorious for being pretty tough, but you only need to clear the bronze times to get the license. If you can manage to clear the gold times as well, you even earn a unique car for each license, so it's definitely worth trying. But now we can finally race. You'll want to head over to the Sunday Cup in the GT League, as it's likely the only event you can actually win at this point. What makes GT1 unique among Gran Turismo games is that almost every event consists of a multiple race championship. You earn points based on your finishing position, and these are tallied up over each race to determine the final results. This is typically what would be called a Grand Prix mode in most arcade racing games. With these races, you're also given the ability to qualify, which is a one-lap time trial, the results of which determines which position you start in. You even earn a small credits bonus for getting pole position, but that's about all it's really good for. You see, GT1 was originally planned to have as many as 12 cars on track at any time, but this ended up being scaled back to just 6 due to system limitations. I feel like qualifying is somewhat a remnant of this, as it makes hardly any difference in this game. You can go from last to first, or vice versa, in a matter of seconds. But whilst we're on the topic of opponent cars, let's talk about the AI. Naturally, you need opponents to race against in these events, and the CPUs serve that role. Coming back to this game, I didn't have the highest expectations for the AI, and they're just about what I was anticipating. They can be decent, but most of the time seem completely oblivious to where you are on track. However, although the driving physics were quite sophisticated for the time, the collision physics were not. What this means is that you can collide with other cars and even walls and nothing really happens. You just sort of bounce off. Given the AI's awareness, that's kind of for the best. In terms of speed, they're actually pretty solid. There isn't too much rubber banding that I can notice, and they seem to be pretty consistent across most tracks. I wouldn't say they're one of GT's strongest areas, but in this game they're serviceable. What you'll notice about the race events in GT1 is that, compared to the games that come after it, you actually earn quite a lot of money from them. Part of this is thanks to receiving a healthy championship bonus, but there is a reason why the game is so generous. Let's talk about the career mode structure. There are 2 sets of events in this game, the GT League and Special Events. The GT League contains only 4 events, but one of those is the Gran Turismo World Cup. Beating this event is the ultimate goal of the game, but how do you get in a position to do that? Well, first, you need to finish in at least the top 3 in the 3 other events here. But if you try to do them one after the next, you'll quickly realise that isn't the best idea, as the speed of the opponents ramps up considerably. And this is where the special events come in. This is a wider selection of events that cater to specific types of cars. They're filtered based on things like drivetrain type, nationality, and even more. How GT1's career works is that these special events are effectively supplemental to your progression in the GT League. And this is where the game truly opens up, because depending on what types of cars you have, you will compete in different events and in a different order. Not only that, but by completing each event, you earn a prize car that is relevant to that event, such as an FR drivetrain car from the FR Challenge. What both of these design decisions do is break cars down by their attributes, and give you a reason to drive a wide variety of different machines. Think about it like this. What would be the point of having 150 cars in the game if you could beat every race with just 1 or 2? This is how Gran Turismo deals with that fundamental issue by giving more cars purpose and players a reason to use them. What this also does is add an intriguing layer of strategy to a playthrough, because not only do you need to focus on getting faster cars, but also building out your collection with more variety. You'll need an FF car, FR car, and an all-wheel drive car, a Japanese car, American car, or British car, and so there are plenty of choices to consider. And when you then think about which options you may have at any given point, such as upgrading a car and continuing to use it, or buying a completely new one, there really are no right or wrong decisions. This, to me, gets to the core of what really makes a Gran Turismo game enjoyable, and each of the games I'll talk about in this series do this in slightly different ways. When it comes to GT1 specifically, given that it was the first of its kind, it would definitely be improved on in the future games. In total, there are only 16 events in this game, so even if you use a different car for every one, you'll still only be touching a fraction of the car list. Although the career mode represents a lot of what Gran Turismo is about, we should still mention its other main mode, Arcade. Arcade mode is far more traditional in its design. It contains 3 main options: single-player races, time trials, and 2-player split screen, all of which are fairly self-explanatory. You start off with a limited selection of cars and tracks, but can unlock more by winning races on the 3 difficulty levels. Each of the cars are sorted into 3 performance classes, and you'll always race against opponent cars of the same class. In essence, GT1's Arcade mode is akin to what a lot of other racing games around this time were like, full stop. Compared to GT mode, there's clearly far less depth, but it's still quite incredible to think that GT1 was able to do what most other racing games already did on top of its revolutionary career. Essentially, given that it offered both experiences, in many ways it was the only racing game that you would ever need. Further differentiating the two modes is the fact that arcade features massively different handling. The cars drive considerably faster and have much more grip, as well as simplified characteristics. Some of the tracks even have jumps thrown in. Of course, this all ties in with the much more pick up and play ethos of arcade mode, but it's the implications of this that really intrigue me. Everything in GT mode is just so self-assured. Despite being a trendsetter in many different areas, you get the feeling that Kaz and his team truly believed in every single design decision they made. But the choice to simplify the handling so much in arcade mode, to me, seems like the only sign of their confidence wavering when it comes to their ultimate vision. The decision to do this was based on concerns that Western audiences might not take to the more realistic handling, so arcade mode was designed almost as a backup for the worst case scenario. Whether this decision was made by the Polys team or at the behest of Sony, I'm not entirely sure. Either way, given this handling is only found in arcade mode, it's not a big deal, but the fact that they never repeated it in any GT game after this is interesting to think about. Getting back to GT mode, let's now talk about the tuning shop. Upgrading your car is yet another core feature in GT1 that wasn't so widespread in racing games at the time. Where most games would make do with basic sliders that determine car stats, in GT1 everything is grounded to real-world logic. You can upgrade your engine, tyres, suspension, transmission, do weight reduction, and even more. Each of these areas have multiple tiers of parts, adding even more depth. Naturally, every part is given a detailed description explaining exactly what they do in real life, which almost always matches up with the game. What all of this means is that you can actually use real-life knowledge to help you tune your cars by understanding what areas you need to focus on the most and choosing parts that will provide the biggest benefits. I feel like a broken record at this point, but again, there weren't many racing games that even came close in this respect. But it goes even deeper, because with certain parts, like the suspension and transmission, you can then adjust individual settings on the higher grades, fine-tuning the car's characteristics to exactly how you want them. Again, this is where actual real-world knowledge can be applied to the game, but it's obviously not perfect. One quite funny oversight is that if you give cars a lot of rake, which is when you set the rear ride height much higher than the front, this confuses the physics engine and makes it think the car is constantly going downhill. As such, you end up with much improved straight-line performance. But anyway, when it comes to playing through this game, upgrading your car is hugely important. For example, what you'll notice is that after beating the Sunday Cup, every other event represents a massive step up in difficulty. This means that you pretty much have to upgrade your ride if you want to compete. Personally, I would recommend fitting racing soft tyres to every car you drive from here on out. Trust me, it'll make playing through this game much less frustrating. Not upgrading your car enough or prioritizing the wrong upgrades is a pitfall that I think a lot of people fall into when playing GT1. That's because, when compared to the games that come after it, you need to be a lot more aggressive in this area. The prize cars you earn in the early to mid-game are not great. To be honest, you're better off just selling them. And whilst you do earn decent money, upgrading what you already have will often represent better value than just buying a faster car. Like I mentioned earlier, given that you will need a variety of cars for the different events, buying cars still plays a crucial role. But in that event, you need to be strategic. Think about how much mileage you'll actually get out of each car, which events they're eligible for, and how long they'll stay competitive for with upgrades. The different cars in this game have varying amounts of tuning potential, and this is yet another area where having real-world knowledge will help you out. Now, Gran Turismo is often described as like a love letter to cars, but part of that also encompasses a motorsport influence. This is something that I think is already felt very strongly in GT1. Not only are there details with the track design and real-life sponsors like I've mentioned, but also in terms of the cars. There are many special racing variants in this game, some of which being clearly based on real-life race cars, and others entirely fictional dream cars cooked up by the developers. I have to say that even now, some of these original designs are really quite impressive. These cars represent the upper limit of performance in this game, but there is another type of race car. Almost every road car in GT1 can have a racing modification upgrade. What this does is essentially transform the car into a pure track machine, complete with custom wheels, wings, and race-inspired decals. But aside from the visual changes, it also gives the cars an extra stage of weight reduction and adjustable downforce. Now, for what it is, it may seem a bit overpriced, but when compared to buying a purpose-built race car, they're actually incredible value. Also, just like the special models, many of them represent homages to real-life race cars. As you progress through the game, you will most likely end up race modifying at least one of your cars, so they represent yet another branching path on your playthrough. Most of the races in GT1 are naturally quite short, the longest ones you'll find only last 5 laps. However, if you are looking for a more realistic race simulation, this game has got you covered. Within the special events, there are 3 self-proclaimed endurance races. These are races that take place across the 2 toughest circuits in the game, Grand Valley Speedway and Special Stage Route 11, and last considerably longer than any other race. Adding to this, they also feature a tyre wear mechanic, meaning that your tyres will gradually lose grip, as represented by their colour on this graphic, until you come into the pits and change them. These factors add up to create the closest this game comes to real-life professional racing. For example, the race at Grand Valley is clearly a reference to the All Japan GT Championship. The race distance of 300 kilometers is consistent with the real-life series, and the cars you race against also fit the theme. In fact, your prize for winning this race is the now legendary JGTC Toyota Castrol Supra. The only problem with the Enduros is that, although the game has both hard and soft tyre compounds, the only difference is their level of grip. They still wear out at the same rate. Regardless, the fact that they attempted this at all is a pretty clear statement. They're clearly not for everyone, but I feel like these races show what GT1 as an experience is truly capable of. The impact that Gran Turismo had when it released cannot be overstated. From the moment it hit store shelves in Japan on December 23rd, 1997, it was an instant sensation. Within just a few months, GT1 had gone double platinum, selling over 2 million copies in Japan alone. It was such a big deal that even Western outlets were reporting on this incredible new racing game months before they could even play it. And when it did eventually find its way overseas half a year later, its reputation was already established. In fact, so much so that prior to its North American release, Sony printed posters with the words, "The greatest racing game of all time is coming." Now that's a statement. But given that GT1 would then go on to become the best-selling PS1 game ever, maybe they could have even scratched racing off if they were feeling brave enough. With this success, Gran Turismo was now firmly established as one of PlayStation's biggest IPs. It was a major coup for Sony that further cemented them as a leading player in the console market. The almost overnight success of the series caused shockwaves in other areas as well. For Kaz and his team at Poly's Entertainment, GT1 changed everything. What was just a small internal team within Sony was re-established as its own separate company in April 1998. With it came a new name, Polyphony Digital, which the company is still known as to this very day. For the car brands who were initially skeptical of the idea, there were also massive benefits. Famously, British sports car maker TVR saw a massive increase in sales in Japan owing almost entirely to their appearance in the game. It seemed as though GT had really tapped into the automotive zeitgeist, and almost 30 years on, that's become even more poignant. Within the racing game scene, GT1 was a quite literal game changer. It's no exaggeration to say that Gran Turismo redefined what was possible in the genre. Its release would set in motion a chain of events that has influenced pretty much every major racing game franchise to this day. When we think back to Kaz's original vision for this game, you'd be hard-pressed to say that it failed to deliver in any aspect. It clearly wasn't perfect, but when compared to everything else on the market, it offered an extremely fresh and dynamic take on the racing genre. The irony of GT1 is that, despite Kaz himself saying he knew that it was a niche game concept, one of the greatest achievements of this game was in how it appealed to so many people. For those who had any interest in cars, it was a no-brainer, whether they were just casual fans or die-hard enthusiasts. The complex upgrade and tuning system appealed to the latter, but the massive selection of models was a big draw for both parties. And beyond just those who had a passion for cars, this game was still a must-have. The graphics and driving simulation made it a technical standout, and the rewarding gameplay loop could be enjoyed by anyone, regardless of their interests. This game could truly be all things to all people. Being the progenitor of this style of game, GT1 also benefited more from these factors than any of its sequels. When looking at reviews of this game from the time, they're overwhelmingly positive as you might expect. The only major criticism was for its license system, which was noted for being tedious and needlessly difficult. GameSpot in particular remarked that the tests were often harder to beat than the races they unlocked. Wow, I hope they don't make that mistake again. But in the grand scheme of things, these issues were minor. In 1997 to 1998, it would have been hard to imagine racing games getting any better than this. However, we know that they obviously did. So what do people actually think about this game now in current day? Well, back in December, I put a poll up asking my fellow Gran Turismo fans to vote on their personal favourite GT game from the 8 mainline titles so far, and after receiving well over 1,000 total votes, here are the results. Now don't worry, I will be going through these in more detail when we cover each respective game, but for the sake of this video, all you need to focus on is this. The original Gran Turismo came in dead last with just over 1% of the total votes, behind GT7 and even GT Sports. Now of course we have to caveat this by saying that this sample size is relatively small, but the results are still clear. So does this result represent a clear negative shift in perception towards this game? No, not at all. What this result is actually a reflection of is how thoroughly the game has been made obsolete by its sequels. Almost every aspect of this game, whether it be in terms of graphics, physics, content, structure, or whatever, has been improved in the later titles, including its direct sequel. Quite honestly, there is very little reason why you would ever choose to play GT1 over the games that came after it. It's a really interesting case. Even though GT1 is still heralded as one of the greatest racing games of all time, nobody really plays it anymore, unlike its successors. And yet, despite the fact that it's become arguably the least popular of these games over the years, you would be extremely hard-pressed to find anyone saying something negative about it. Of the few people who did vote for GT1, most cite the fact that it was their first exposure to the series as a key factor, although there were a couple who approved of its shorter career, incentivizing you to do multiple playthroughs. From my point of view, GT1 was slightly before my time. I started with Gran Turismo 3 and have been playing these games ever since, but I didn't get around to the PS1 games until many years later. As such, that makes it a lot easier for me to be impartial since I don't have any real attachment to this game. So, in my honest opinion, would I recommend playing this game in current day? Well, if you're a fan of this franchise, my answer is a resounding yes. Despite their various flaws, I believe that each of the 6 games I'll be covering are still worth playing even now. From my perspective, they all have unique traits that make me want to revisit them from time to time. However, in the case of GT1s, that's not the easiest to determine. As I said, this game doesn't really do anything the best out of all of these games, but I do still have an answer. For me, the best reason to play GT1 in current day is for its purity. What do I mean by that exactly? Well, what's become clear to me through the course of making this video is that GT1 is the purest vision of what Gran Turismo is, based on Kaz's original idea. Yes, it's a little rough around the edges when compared to the games that come after it, but for me that only adds to this point. The analogy I'd use to explain this is that the original Gran Turismo is like raw diamond ore, whereas the other games are like far more polished forms of diamond. Naturally, they're more desirable, but the purity of GT1 does have a certain charm. And if, like me, you're really invested in analysing this series, that is invaluable. Playing this game is fundamental to our understanding of what Gran Turismo is, what it aims to do, and what it represents. So for any fan of this series who hasn't given it a go already, I implore you to check it out. At one point in time, GT1 was the best Gran Turismo because it was the only Gran Turismo. That may just be a technicality, but something that can't be denied is that this game will always stand as the most influential entry in this series, and quite possibly the most influential racing game ever created. Following the unexpected global smash hit that was 1997's Gran Turismo, it came as no surprise when a successor was soon announced. Although it had been known about for a while, Gran Turismo 2 was officially unveiled in February 1999. With this new entry, the team at Polyphony Digital aimed to expand the game in pretty much every way. The headline numbers were more than 400 cars and 20+ circuit locations, up from 150 and 11 respectively in GT1. And it wasn't just about the numbers themselves, but rather what they represented. There was a very clear intention to appeal more to the international audience, which Kazunori himself summed up perfectly. I made the first Gran Turismo for Japan with mostly Japanese cars. I'm making Gran Turismo 2 for the world. The same was true for the track selection. Where GT1 only featured fictional locations, GT2 would also have circuits based on the roads of Rome and Seattle, as well as the real-life Laguna Seca Raceway. Compared to GT1, where all the real-life testing was done in Japan, for GT2 the Gran Turismo team was able to fly out to the US. success, and Laguna Seca was one of the places they visited. Dirt courses and therefore rally racing would also make their debut in the game, and whilst drag strips were planned, they were eventually cut prior to release. Fundamentally, the game didn't seem massively different to GT1 in terms of the technical aspects, but instead aimed to offer much more content and things to do, which was still quite ambitious when you think about how GT1 was already considered a massive game for the time. Ultimately, by 1999, the original PlayStation was on the way out, with a successor due imminently in the new millennium. From this perspective, it made more sense for the series to capitalize on its sudden popularity by quickly cranking out a sequel that simply iterated on the first game, and then taking their time with the next entry on all new hardware that offered far more possibilities. After all, Polys, as they were known at the time, did spend 5 years creating GT1 from scratch, so to throw all of that out after just one game would have been kind of wasteful. But this meant that Polyphony were in a race against time to get the game out as soon as they physically could. What was originally planned for a summer 1999 release gradually slipped back, with the game eventually pushed out just before Christmas in North America and Japan, and not until the end of January 2000 in PAL regions. With the Gran Turismo name now established, GT2 came with expectations that were only heightened by the delays. Could it still deliver in the same way that GT1 did, whilst making full use of its extra content to elevate the gameplay experience even further? Well, let's find out. Presentation-wise, not much really changed between GT1 and GT2. We're still greeted by the GT mode menu laid out like a map, and the black and orange theming is also retained. Really, the big difference is the music. Unlike GT1, in GT2 the menu music is the same in every region, composed by Isamu Ohira, who only did the Japanese soundtrack in the original game. It's definitely similar to his work from GT1, with some of the songs even being remixes of those, but with a bit more of a funk influence. Whilst I still enjoy the music from the international version of GT1 for how well it pairs with the menu design to give off this darker, almost edgy vibe, all the blaring synth noises do get somewhat headache-inducing after a while. I think the music in GT2 strikes a decent balance, while still giving the game its own unique sound. On the visual front, things are also pretty similar. The graphics, which had turned heads in the original game, were understandably not quite as impressive a couple of years on. The only real enhancements I can notice are the reflections on the cars, which are a bit more pronounced. Although I have to say in some situations they are a little bit distracting, as they often make the cars look super glossy. I think what's interesting to consider is that where GT1 was on the cutting edge of visuals, those same visuals in GT2 had already been surpassed. This was mainly because of Sega getting a head start in the 6th generation of consoles, with racing games on their Dreamcast looking noticeably better than any of the PS1 offerings. But as we all know, graphics don't make a game, hence why we're still playing PS1 games more than 2 decades later, despite them looking like PS1 games. Aside from visuals, GT1 had a lot more going for it. The driving simulation was of course a massive draw, and it still is in GT2. Yet again, it's a case of evolution rather than revolution. The handling for the most part is very similar, with some minor improvements. Your car is a lot less likely to start sliding under braking, and the strange bouncing issue which affected certain cars in GT1 is also gone. When it came to making everything feel nice to control, GT2 had a much bigger task than GT1. This is because it had much greater diversity in terms of the cars on offer. You could find a bit of everything, ranging from K-cars to vintage muscle, the latest supercars, and even 1000 horsepower hill climb monsters, and yet in GT2 they all feel good to drive. It's really a testament to this physics engine that, with only minor tweaks, it's capable of dealing with so many different types of cars while still making them feel distinctly unique. Of course, the introduction of dirt courses was another test for the physics engine. All in all, the handling here is fine. It just seems like they took the tarmac handling and reduced the level of grip. There isn't a huge amount of detail, the cars kind of feel like they just float over the track surface, but you can still have fun throwing them around the corners and understanding the basics of dirt driving. It's also worth noting that in international versions of GT2, the cars have quite a bit more grip on dirt than the original Japanese version. Much like GT1's arcade mode, this was done as a precaution in case Western audiences found the quote-unquote realistic handling too difficult. I haven't played the Japanese release of GT2, so I can't comment on which version is better. On the soundtrack front, the Japanese version of GT2 again features an entirely original selection of instrumentals courtesy of Masahiro Ando. In my opinion, these songs are even better than his ones from GT1. Seriously, he did not need to go this hard. As you probably expect by now, in the West, our soundtrack sounded completely different. Unlike the menu music, the darker industrial tone from GT1 is still present in both the NTSC and PAL versions, if slightly diluted with some alt-rock elements. This is easily best showcased with a song that's become almost synonymous with GT2, My Favourite Game by the Cardigans. Now, despite the title and coming from the album literally named Gran Turismo, this song was not actually created for the game. Depending on your own knowledge, you will either already know that, or I've just completely blown your mind. Either way, there's no denying that this song fits really well. Almost too well. This version was only used in the NTSC intro movie, as in PAL regions we instead got an electronic remix of the song. It's fine, but just doesn't have the impact of the original. I'm not really sure why they decided to change it. And of course, over in Japan, Ando's Moon Over the Castle returned. If I'm being honest, GT2's version of this song is probably my favourite from any game, but if I had to choose my favourite GT2 intro, it still just narrowly loses out to the North American one. Shame about your box art though, that logo has always looked pretty awful to me. So, as we've covered, the biggest goal of GT2 was to take GT1 and expand it in all areas. This is most obvious with the cars and tracks. What was originally planned to be 400 cars and 20 unique tracks ended up ballooning to around 650 cars and 27 tracks. Impressive numbers even today. Back in 1999, this would have been near mind-blowing. Of course, when you consider this massive increase in scope, together with the game being delayed several times, I'm sure these two things were not unrelated. But it was a sacrifice with major benefits. At this point, one car model only took about a week for a single designer to create, meaning that they could be pumped out at an astonishing rate. Alongside the desire to have more international makes represented, another goal was to fulfill players' desires when it came to car ownership. This meant representing a wide variety of cars, ranging from standard commuter models that some players were likely to own in real life, through to machines that they could only dream of having one day. But not only that, because they then had to consider this for 3 different regions: Japan, USA, and Europe. This process is what led to GT2 having such a diverse range of cars. Of course, it still has all the models we expect to see, like Nissan GTRs, Toyota Supras, etc., but beyond that, this game is an absolute treasure trove of fascinating machines, some of which are far better remembered than others. Really, there's way too many to go through, so I'll just pick out a small selection of newcomers to prove my point. Alfa Romeo 145, Celine SR Widebody, Honda Logo, Tommy Kyra ZZS, Dodge Intrepid, Renault Espace F1, Aston Martin DB6, Toyota GT1 road car. We could do this all day. To boil it down to simply how many cars are in this game, to me somewhat misses the point. With GT2, it's all about the depth. To be honest, the only major blind spot in this car list is when it comes to many of the premium European makes, like Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Porsche. However, this wasn't for the lack of effort. Leftover data in the game shows that cars from these brands were originally planned before licensing got in the way. Despite the clear marketing benefits the original Gran Turismo demonstrated, some brands were still reluctant to the idea of their cars appearing alongside normal cars. Presumably they weren't too enthused by the idea of their high-performance models getting blitzed by a souped-up Civic. But even still, Polyphony had a solution. They instead licensed cars from brands that could effectively be stand-ins. Instead of Ferrari, we have Venturi. For Lamborghini, it's Vector, and most famously, Porsche would be dummied out for Roof. Despite their cars being based on Porsche chassis, Roof are considered a unique car maker in their own right, hence their appearance in GT2. It's worth mentioning that as a result of memory card limitations, you can only have a maximum of 100 cars in your garage at a time. Collecting more will require you to have more memory cards. With some 650 models on tap, this really wasn't ideal, but there wasn't much they could really do about it. When considering the circuits, this game once again delivers. There's a clear attempt to increase variety, much like the cars. Laguna Seca Raceway became the first real-world racetrack in the series, but there would also be fictional tracks based on real roads in Rome, Seattle, and even the Swiss town of Grindelwald. Super Speedway was slot underneath Test Course as a smaller oval circuit, and Red Rock Valley offered a unique double oval road course layout. And that's not to forget Midfield Raceway and Apricot Hill, 2 more conventional circuits that would go on to become staples of the series, and the severely underrated and underutilized Rome Nights. With the introduction of Rally, we obviously need some dirt courses, and the Smoky Mountain and Tahiti-based tracks are here to fill that role. But the most memorable of these has to be Pikes Peak, a small section of the real-life hill climb course that made its so far only official appearance in this game. Again, the sheer variety here speaks for itself. And when you combine this with almost all of the GT1 originals returning, it makes for one hell of a roster. For as much praise as I gave those GT1 tracks, the newcomers in GT2 are a noticeable step up when it comes to scope and ambition. There's plenty of cool ideas here, and most of them are a lot of fun to race on. The only slight disappointment for me are the original dirt tracks, many of which I find a little bit too samey and forgettable. So with GT1, we discussed what makes up the foundations of a Gran Turismo career mode, starting with the fundamental ideas. Of course, we don't need to do that again, because GT2 still follows these basic game design principles in how it sets up its gameplay loop using role-playing elements, like buying cars from dealerships, winning races to earn money and more cars, etc. But the specifics of how GT2 handles these elements in some cases differs massively from its predecessor. Let's start from the beginning. License tests make their return. As one of the more controversial aspects of GT1 back when it released, what changes did Polyphony make in the sequel? Well, where there were previously 3 licenses, each with 8 tests, there are now 6 with 10 each. Yeah, not exactly sure how that was supposed to help with complaints of the licenses being tedious. On the upside, I think these tests are a little bit easier to pass than GT1s, with the bronze types often given quite a bit more leeway than silver or gold. That said, if you are going for golds, you're not going to have an easy time, with certain tests being infamous for the extreme level of precision required to beat them. Something that's unique to GT2 is having special sections of track used only in these tests, and that does help with variety. As we know from GT1, the main purpose of these tests is to teach driving techniques. However, I think they went a bit overboard here. Do we really need 3 tests where all we do is accelerate, then stop, and even a 4th test where we do the same thing but from a rolling start? Yes, I get that they're trying to convey that stopping distances increase with increased speed, but it's just such a monotonous way of doing it. What's important to consider is that a lot of these tests are based on things that Kaz himself learned whilst attending the driving school of former racing driver Takashi Yohi. When we consider these tests with that in mind, they do make sense, since this is the sort of stuff that you would have to learn before taking part in a real race. However, within the realm of a game, a lot of it just feels kind of needless when you know that if you miss a corner, the worst thing that'll happen is that you'll have to restart the race. I feel like these tests were imitated too directly from real life, as with a game, you can take more risks and make more mistakes to speed up the learning process. As such, being forced to do some of these tests can just seem dull with no real purpose, and that's an issue not just with GT2, but most other Gran Turismos as well. Still, there is a silver lining, and that's if you have a GT1 save with the B and A licenses completed, you can import this progress into GT2. Anyway, back to the career mode at large. Just like GT1, it's a case of using your limited credits to buy a used car. It's interesting to note that because there are so many more manufacturers in GT2, they each have to be contained in sub-menus labelled cleverly as cities. East City is where you'll find the Japanese cars, and like GT1, this is most likely where you'll be heading. Well, unless you want to start the game with a Fiat 500. But now we can get into the races. So where GT1 was built around each event being a multiple race championship, GT2 does almost the exact opposite. Every event in the GT League and special events has multiple races, but almost all of them are single races. And not only that, but each race has you going up against a unique lineup of opponents filling a different performance bracket. Effectively, even though they're all contained within the same event, each race is like its own separate thing. You can even earn a different prize car from each one. The impact of this is that to begin with, you're going to be jumping from event to event quite often, completing one race here, then one race there, just whatever you can actually do with the cars you have at your disposal. Looking at the career from a broader perspective, the structure is still similar to GT1 in that the end goal is to beat the final championship, the GT World League. Unlocking this requires you to win the other events in the GT League, with the special events section containing the bulk of the rest of the events that are effectively supplemental to your progression, giving you ways to earn more money and prize cards. GT2 also brings an expanded selection of endurance races, as well as the all-new rally events that we'll talk more about later. In terms of the races themselves, again it's a similar story to GT1. Outside of the Enduros, they're reasonably short, and you're up against 5 opponents. Qualifying is no longer present, but as I talked about with GT1, it never really mattered that much anyway. In fact, I'd argue it would have mattered even less in GT2. You see, the AI in this game are very prone to rubber banding, certainly more so than GT1 or any other GT game for that matter. Unless you have a massive pace advantage, they're almost guaranteed to be right on your bumper for the whole race, with the entire field often separated by just a couple of seconds. When combined with the AI being just as oblivious as they were in GT1, and maybe even slightly more erratic, this leads to a very frenetic style of racing. I wouldn't exactly say it's my cup of tea, but if there's one thing you can can say about the racing in this game is that it certainly isn't boring. So, we've established the ways in which the career structure both differs and stays the same as GT1's, but how does that actually affect the way you play through this game? Well, the first thing to note is that to begin with, it's going to take longer to progress. There are a few reasons for this. First is that the nature of completing single races with no championship bonus means you'll be earning less money. At the same time, the prize cards in the early races are often not very good and can't be sold for much cash either. In fact, the Sunday Cup and Clubman Cup, the two entry-level events in this game, don't give you any prize cards, and neither do the events in the GT League. However, as we discussed with GT1, it's not just about getting faster cars, but also building out your collection with more variety that allows you to use them in different events. But there are a few key design choices in GT2 that skews this a bit. Whilst the special events contain a selection of events catering to various different types of cars based on drivetrain, body style, and plenty more, most of them don't have specific requirements for entry outside of a power limit. The events in the GT League are now based around nationality, and even though you'll face opponent cars from that respective country or region, they too have no requirement for you to do the same. This is something that I personally find quite disappointing, since even though there's much more variety in this game, Japanese cars still completely dominate. Most of the prize cars are Japanese, and a lot of the overseas models, particularly from Europe, are really overpriced, since it's all based on a Japanese perspective where European is almost a byword for luxury. This is further emphasized by the fact that none of the international brands have a used dealership where older cars are sold at a reduced price. So not even needing these cars for their respective events is the final nail in the coffin. When playing through this game, most of them are honestly kind of pointless, which is a real shame. Anyway, these factors change things quite a bit. In my video covering GT1, I said, what would be the point in having so many cars if you can beat the game with just one or two? This rhetoric was of course intended to emphasize the importance of the design decisions that direct the player into building a diverse collection of cars, truly one of the cornerstones of this series. But the thing with GT2 is that you can literally beat this game with just one or two cars. Now that on its own isn't a bad thing, but I think what's interesting is just how easy it is to do. With your starting 10,000 credits, you can buy a decent starter car, like an R32 Skyline GTST or a Mark III Supra Turbo. From there, you can use it in various different events, including ones it shouldn't be able to enter, using your winnings to continually upgrade it. Even though these events have power limits to make them more challenging, they're usually pretty reasonable. In that case, it's just a matter of grinding through the GT League events, fully upgrading your car, and then taking on the GT World League. Of course, winning it still requires you to be pretty good at the game, so the alternative method is what a lot of GT2 players end up doing unintentionally. I mentioned that a lot of the prize cars in the early game are kind of bad, and given the lack of requirements for most events, mostly useless too. However, some of them are the complete opposite, and there's no better example of this than the 5th race of the 80s Sports Car Cup. This race can be beaten using your starter car with some minor upgrades, and yet your prize is the Skyline Silhouette Group 5 race car. And from this point, you've basically beaten the game. Even though the power limits restrict you from using this car in every event, the fact that you can now win the tougher races means you'll be earning a lot more money and also more valuable prize cards. In GT2, you can earn prize cards multiple times, and given that most events give you prize cards from just a single race, this leads to some very quick and easy money-making methods. Although the one you're seeing here is the most famous example for its sheer absurdity, there are plenty of other less notable ones. Rather than this being the exception, this is merely the most extreme example of something that seems baked into GT2's career. Even if, like me, you decide to self-impose car restrictions for these events, it still doesn't really change that. In GT2, there's not so much a progression curve, more a progression cliff. And it's strange because GT1 wasn't really like this. For me, it kind of spoils some of the enjoyment of the career, since beyond that, nothing really matters. And if you know basically anything about how this career works, and which prize cards you can get from which events, any semblance of challenge falls apart pretty quickly. However, this is just my perspective, and the beauty of these games is that there's more than just one way to play them. Let's take a break from the career to discuss some other aspects of this game. Now, something I've so far failed to mention is that Gran Turismo 2 was so massive in scale that it had to come on 2 discs, one for GT mode and one for arcade mode. In fact, the first of those was so jam-packed that the intro movie and end credit sequence had to be put on the arcade disc instead. Of course, arcade mode itself is also on that disc, making a return from GT1. Here it functions in pretty much the same way. Cars are broken up into classes, and winning single-player races unlocks more cars and tracks to use. New for GT2 is the ability to drive cars from your GT mode garage as well, and there's even a unique circuit that can only be found here, Motorsportsland. The major difference though is that the cars drive in exactly the same way they do in GT mode. none of that sped up gameplay from GT1. As one of the groundbreaking features of GT1, upgrades and tuning also reappear. As I've already touched on, they still play a pretty crucial role in the career, especially when you consider the power limits. Fundamentally nothing has really changed here, but it's worth mentioning that with the massive increase in cars, there are plenty of new and interesting racing modifications, some taking inspiration from real life, and others being entirely original. Beyond the main career, GT2 introduced one-make races. These are single race events catering to specific types of cars and taking place on a randomly selected track. One strange quirk of GT2 is that none of the races in the main career hub take place on reverse circuit variations. As such, these one-make races, with their random course selection, are likely the only opportunity that you'll get to drive many of these tracks the other way round in GT2. Beyond this detail, they're pretty unremarkable, but still a neat little thing on the side, especially if you already have a car that's eligible. GT2 also brought customization to the series for the first time with the wheel shop. This feature was planned for GT1, but it first appeared here with a modest selection of fully licensed aftermarket wheels. Again, it isn't much, but it's still nice to have. As one of its major new features, you might think it's strange that I haven't talked all that much about Rally, but that's mainly because it doesn't really factor that much into the game. There are a handful of licensed tests on dirt circuits, which thanks to the increased grip in the international versions are very easy to pass, and also the dirt events in the career. Each event centers around one circuit, with the races getting gradually tougher as you face faster opponents. However, instead of physically racing against that single opponent, you race a ghost car over a single lap, which effectively makes these time trials. You also don't earn prize cars from these events. All of these decisions make Rally kind of forgettable in GT2, since there isn't much incentive to actually do it. However, you would be missing out. GT2 is still the only game to feature the Pikes Peak hill climb, and that gives it a sort of mystique. But personally, I think the best thing about Rally in GT2 is the cars we got for it. There are so many Rally and Rally-inspired models to be found, with the poster child of course being the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak. This is literally the fastest car in the game, and not just on dirt. It's an absolute monster that's since become a part of Gran Turismo folklore, and GT2 was the game that brought it to the series. Now, I'm going to try and say this in the nicest way possible, but GT2 is kinda janky. Arguably the most janky of all the Gran Turismos. Unfortunately, the rush to get the game out for Christmas 1999 took its toll on the quality assurance. The initial release of the game was littered with various bugs affecting completion, AI opponents, collision physics, and even more. For a game that was so anticipated, it really wasn't ideal. To their credit though, Sony acted swiftly, offering replacement discs with a patched version of the game to anyone affected. However, even in the latest versions, we can still see some leftovers from its rushed development. From minor issues, such as a bunch of typos and mistranslations, to things that affect gameplay, such as AI that still break horsepower limits, and even have cars that are upgraded far beyond what we can do as players. However, the thing that's always irked me the most is how many cars just have completely incorrect specs in this game, whether that be concerning their power, weight, or even their drivetrain layouts. Honestly, some of these are so egregiously wrong that I almost think they have to be deliberate. But it doesn't end here, because sometimes the game even straight up lies about their performance, displaying one power figure in the dealership and then an entirely different one in your garage. It's just a total mess. Anyway, regardless of how polished it is, there's no denying that GT2 was a massive game. There's just so much content here that it'll easily keep you entertained for months and maybe even years. With that said, let's now approach the idea of Gran Turismo as a sandbox. For me, there's two main ways to enjoy these games. One is through their structured career, where you work towards the end goal of beating the game, but the second is through a sandbox type experience where there is no structural goals beyond whatever you personally want to do. The nature of these games is that once you beat the main career and have access to the fastest cars as well as plenty of money, everything you do after that will be in the realm of a sandbox. Bear in mind that when I talk about these games being sandboxes, that's not 100% true, because you're never just given all the content at some points. You still need to earn money to buy cars and upgrades, or win certain prize cars from races. I guess it would be more accurate to call them restricted sandboxes. Anyway, I think this is a concept that's fairly easy to understand, and generally how much of each style of experience you want in a game will determine how much you enjoy it. For example, let's look at Gran Turismo 7. The main structured career is frankly a waste of time, but in spite of that, plenty of people still play this game. Why is that? Well, they're obviously not starting a new save every time they boot up the game. Despite what anyone may say, there's no denying that GT7 is a pretty decent sandbox. There's plenty of cars, tracks, and features to mess around with, so long as you have the impetus to come up with your own goals or challenges. This is why, despite the fact I place a lot more stock in these games as structured single-player experiences, I still boot up GT7 every once in a while to enjoy it as an automotive sandbox, before I inevitably get bored. However, the true beauty of these older Gran Turismos is that they can be compelling structured games, but also enjoyable sandboxes at the same time, depending on how you play them. For instance, I'm fairly certain there are at least a few of you watching this video who've sunk hundreds of hours into at least one of these games without any intention of actually beating it. So if we apply this idea to GT2, that completely changes how we look at things. Even though I think that as a structured game it's lacking in some ways, as a sandbox, GT2 is outstanding. There are just so many interesting cars, so many great tracks, and so many events to race them in that you'll almost never get bored. When I talked about the sequels, in particular GT2, making the original game obsolete, this is probably the area where that's the most obvious. And this perspective also changes how we view certain design decisions, because now, being able to win a fast race car from a fairly easy event isn't just a strange design decision that breaks the career and renders any sense of challenge meaningless, it's now a gateway into being able to enjoy the game exactly how you want to. This is why merely saying it has a good career about these older GT games doesn't really tell you the full story, because I may say that GT2's career is decent but a bit unbalanced and not that well thought out thanks to certain design decisions, but someone else may say that GT2's career is close to perfection in part thanks to those very same decisions. And based on their own perspective and what they want from the game, they're not wrong. But at the same time, neither am I. This is what I meant when I said there isn't just one way to play these games, and GT2 is the first game in the series that really highlights this point given the sheer amount of content on offer. So although on the surface GT1 and GT2 may look extremely similar, hopefully you can now see that they function in many different ways. If I'm being honest, I actually like GT1's layout a bit more. It just seems more well thought out and allows for strategy to come into play in a way that I find more engaging than GT2. However, what GT2's career lacks in coherent structure, it more than makes up for in sheer scope and depth. That's why, although I agree with the common consensus that GT2's career is better, I don't think it's as clear-cut as it might seem. Like I say, it all comes down to which type of experience you really want. But just remember that the ideal Gran Turismo game is one that's truly enjoyable no matter how you decide to play it. I think it's fair to say that, thanks to its prominent glitches, Gran Turismo 2's release wasn't as smooth as the originals. However, in spite of its botched launch, the game was still received really well. As the successor to the greatest racing game of all time, which improved on it in almost every way, it's no surprise that it took over that moniker in many people's eyes. Naturally, given what Polyphony had already proved with the first game, its sequel didn't have quite as much of an impact. All in all, it mainly served as one last hurrah to the original PlayStation. As already mentioned, the PlayStation 2 was by now on the horizon. In fact, by the time GT2 released, the next Gran Turismo had already been previewed at E3 several months earlier. With this teaser already available, the fact that GT2 was still viewed so positively and still sold really well demonstrated that there was a lot more value to this series than just its technical aspects. It showed that what really mattered was the gameplay experience, something in which GT2 moved the goalposts even further. Using the much heralded original game as a basis to add even more depth and variety, you won't be shocked to hear that GT2 was reviewed extremely well. In the very small portion of mixed reviews, the biggest disappointment was seen to be that, whilst the game expanded on what the original did so well, it didn't add anything entirely new. A fair critique, I believe, but to what degree this actually mattered is subjective. When GT2 released, there were still no other racing games that came close to even GT1, and when some competitors did start emerging, like Sega GT and Driving Emotion Type S, they were noticeably lacking compared to Gran Turismo in most areas. So, whilst it didn't evolve much from GT1, you could argue that at that point, Gran Turismo itself was still being a revolution. So that was the contemporary opinion, but what about in current day? Well, if we consult the poll I created asking my viewers to vote on their personal favourite GT game, we can see that GT2 comes in with about 10% of the total votes. That puts it in 4th place overall, behind GT4, GT5 and GT3. At least these results are consistent with the common opinion that GT2 is a clear improvement over GT1. In fact, it has almost exactly 10 times as many votes. However, what I think is really interesting is the number of comments I got putting together GT2 and GT4 as their favourites for similar reasons. In one sense, this is understandable. In many ways, GT4 is to GT3 what GT2 is to GT1. They each use the previous title, the first on their respective console, as a basis to expand with even more content. At least that's how it appears on a surface level. The exact relation between GT3 and GT4 is a little more complicated, but we'll save that for later. The fact that GT2 seems to fill a similar niche to GT4 in many people's eyes, I believe is one of the reasons why it isn't even more popular. Given that it was seen very positively at the time, and even today you'll find no shortage of people clamoring over it, the fact that it only got 10% of the votes was a little surprising to me. In the past few years, there's been a bit of a movement romanticizing PS1 style graphics. People have started appreciating the visuals of these games in many unique ways, some even going as far to create new games that mirror the same low poly aesthetic. Now I won't lie, these graphics definitely have a certain charm, but at the same time, they also pose a barrier to entry. Whether they want to admit it or not, there are a lot of people who are somewhat put off by these graphics, and I believe this is another factor in why GT2, and by extension GT1, are not more popular in current day. As we'll soon cover, the graphical leap from PS1 to PS2 was enormous, a yawning chasm you could even say. So much so that some games from that era still look decent in current day. For people like me who grew up with the next generation of consoles, we can't remember a time when the latest games looked like this. As relatively early 3D games, they just seem outdated in a way that those on the PS2 and onwards probably never will, even as technology progresses further. Whilst I've always believed that the content and gameplay experience of these games have a much bigger role in making them enjoyable to play, I would be lying if I said that the graphical aspect hasn't slightly affected my perception of GT2. And I know that's also the case for many others from my generation and even younger when looking at these games from a modern standpoint. So with all of that said, what do I personally think makes GT2 worth revisiting in current day? When it came to GT1, you'll remember that I noted its purity, referring to it being the purest vision of what Gran Turismo is, based on Kaz's original idea for the series, and how that helps us to contextualize each of the games that come after it. However, for GT2, my answer is nowhere near as esoteric. It's the cars. It wasn't until I started work on this series that I realised something interesting. GT2 has my personal favourite car list of any Gran Turismo game. Now sure, some may think it crazy to rank this roster above the one we got in GT4, that was then gradually added to in GT5 and 6, but for me, GT2's just has a certain something that none of the others do. For example, the absence of the premium European brands was of course seen as a negative back when it came out, but I'd argue that in current day, this has actually resulted in a net positive. Because sure, it's a shame that we can't drive a Ferrari F50 or Lamborghini Diablo, but directly because of that, we can drive Vectors and Venturis, models that never returned to the series and haven't been seen in many racing games since. For me, cars like these add so much to GT2, but it's not just about the exotic stuff. I also really love the selection of normal, everyday vehicles. This is an aspect that pretty much every Gran Turismo game caters for, but I think GT2 does it the best with its wide variety of not just Japanese models, but also contemporary European and American offerings. The sort of stuff that, if you looked out of your window, you would normally see driving on the road back then. As I've said, I wish the career was just balanced a bit better to really incentivize players to use a greater variety of these cars, and the fact that some of them have completely incorrect specs is a shame. But all in all, I still don't think these aspects overshadow just how excellent this car list is. There are just so many weird and wonderful cars that even now, there are still tons of models unique to GT2 that I've never driven, and that's what keeps me coming back to this game more than anything else. As a successor to the original Gran Turismo, GT2 delivered in pretty much every way that it intended to. There was still room for improvement in certain areas, and arguably it didn't add that much to the GT formula. However, what mattered the most is just how much Polyphony learned from making this game, something that will become even more obvious when we look at the games that come after it. But I say that in spite of everything, GT2 holds its own as an excellent entry in this series, and its strong reputation is still just as warranted as its game-changing predecessor. The third entry in this series was teased as early as September 1999. With the unveiling of the PlayStation 2 at the Tokyo Game Show that year, so too came word on Gran Turismo 2000. The name implied when the game was planning to release, possibly as a launch title for the console. GT2000 being so prominent in the unveiling really spoke volumes about the confidence Sony had in this series. Bear in mind that by this point, Gran Turismo 2 hadn't even released yet. Anyway, along with this unveiling, onlookers were treated to a short trailer previewing the game and its enhanced visuals. For many people, the next Gran Turismo was the clear standout of Sony's showcase, some outlets even going as far to call it the best looking game ever. As the months rolled on, GT2000's overhauled graphics and driving physics were showcased further. In a March 2000 interview, series producer Kazunori Yamauchi revealed some very interesting possibilities with the PS2, such as changeable weather, car damage simulation, and even detailed interiors. The only drawback was that as a result of the increased fidelity now possible on the PS2, production times increased dramatically. Where GT2 had over 650 car models, it was soon revealed that GT2000 was targeting a far more modest 150, roughly the same as the original game. However, even despite this reduction in size, Polyphony were keen to stress that the game would still take over from where GT2 left off, carrying across features like rally racing and introducing new and interesting cars and tracks. With the game fast approaching its winter 2000 deadline and more delays due to come, the title was officially renamed to Gran Turismo 3. Ultimately, Sony knew that if the game lived up to its promise, it was capable of being a system seller, so it was worth giving the PD team a bit more time to fully polish it. Beyond just being enjoyable to play, one of the targets of this game was to fully make use of the new hardware. Online connectivity was touted as one of the PS2's new features, and as one of, if not the flagship game of the console, GT3 was planned to make use of this as well, although it wouldn't be included at launch. Instead, a separate online version of the game was planned to release sometime later. It might not have ended up as a launch title, but GT3 still released fairly early into the PS2's life, April 2001 in Japan and July 2001 in most other regions. Given the massive generational leap between the PS1 and PS2, the hype for GT3 was off the scale. I almost feel like Polyphony could have released anything with these graphics and driving physics, and the game would have been a smash hit regardless. But simplifying GT3 to just those two aspects doesn't really tell us that much about the inherent quality of the game in the long term. It still had to live up to the previous two games with their deep and rewarding gameplay systems, whilst having noticeably less content than its direct predecessor. So let's dive into what Gran Turismo 3 really has to offer. You'll be pleased to know that it isn't just the on-track stuff that was enhanced in GT3. There's also a noticeable upgrade when it comes to the presentation. I think the menu design looks really slick, preview images in the dealership feel very authentic, and the new custom-made event banners add so much personality. Honestly, by comparison, the PS1 games look kinda rudimentary. I mean, compare the arcade mode menu from GT2 to the one from GT3. It's kind of ridiculous just how many things on this screen are animated. Music-wise, Isamu Ohira is back once again with a nice jazz fusion mix. I feel that the slightly more upbeat energy of these songs complements the menu design really well. Tracks like Slipstream and Light Velocity are still some of my all-time favourites. Although GT3's menus represent a clear step up in terms of quality, thematically they still feel along the lines of the PS1 games. The GT mode map design, the bright orange highlights, even the menu sound effects are the same as GT2's. It's all just combined with greater colour variety and style to give the game a more premium feel. When it comes to the graphics, what can you really say? The game already looked incredible for the time in its GT2000 guise, but the extra time afforded by the delays took it even further. The fidelity of the car models and track environments really speaks for itself, and the overall aesthetic design looks stunning as well. GT3 makes use of contrast quite a lot in its visuals. This is very evident in places with lots of foliage, where shafts of light poke down between the trees, or at tracks that take place in the late afternoon with a low sun. I feel that lighting generally is one of GT3's biggest strengths in the visual department, but there are also plenty of smaller details. Overhead banners moving in the breeze, a heat haze rising from the hot track, among others. These are elements that many racing games don't bother with even today. Replay mode is once again where you can sit back, relax, and just soak it all in. GT3 also adds an option that syncs the replay up with music, along with some visual effects. It's definitely interesting. As for the driving, this is another area where Polyphony always excels, and GT3 doesn't disappoint. The new DualShock 2 controller came with pressure-sensitive buttons, allowing for much finer control with brake and throttle inputs. This is a factor in why GT3 feels so much more satisfying to drive than GT1 or 2, but that's also thanks to the steering controls. It may feel a little bit floaty to begin with, but you'll soon realize that the steering in GT3 is much more detailed than its predecessors. Whilst the PS1 games were playable with third-party steering wheels, the first two Gran Turismos were never designed for them specifically. GT3 is the first game in the series to officially support steering wheels, with Polyphony collaborating directly with peripheral maker Logitech to develop a wheel specifically for the game. This wheel, known as the GT Force or Driving Force, was often bundled with copies of GT3. Whilst the handling in GT1 and 2 was really good given the hardware, I suppose this is the point where you could say it became fully tangible, even when playing on a normal controller. Still, the handling in this game isn't without its quirks. For one, hooking your inside wheels over the curb gives your car a ridiculous amount of grip. Also, there is a slight steering delay. In most cars it isn't really noticeable, but with some of the higher end race cars it can get a little bit frustrating. For GT3, all of the engine sounds were redone. They sound decent, but not that impressive compared to other aspects of the game. In terms of the in-race soundtrack, the 2001 vibes are on point. In PAL regions, it's a mixture of alternative rock from the likes of Feeder and Grand Theft Audio, as well as some high-tempo electronica from Overseer. Meanwhile, in North America, you'll find some old-school rock and metal from Motley Crue, Judas Priest, and The Cult. There's also a noticeable lean towards hip-hop and rap. This includes a song that Snoop Dogg made specifically for the game, the one and only Dog's Turismo 3.
Doggy, D-O-double-G in the Gran Turismo 3.
Hearing Snoop name drop Deep Forest and the PT Cruiser will never not put a smile on my face. Honestly, both of these soundtracks rule. I only wish there was a complete version of the game that included all of the music together. The only songs that are shared in every version are the handful of original ones composed by Daiki Kasho. They definitely fit the vibe of the game, but to be honest, I find them a bit too generic. I think his songs in the games after this are a lot better. Although Kasho replaced Masahiro Ando as the in-race music composer, Moon Over the Castle still returns for the Japanese intro of the game, although I've always found this version of the song a bit weird. To me, the build-up as well as the interlude in the middle have never sounded right, and I feel the same way for the NTSC intro music too. This version uses a Lenny Kravitz song, but remixed to sound more like Daiki Kasho's in-race music. It's good, but it's just a weird choice of song to start with. So, by process of elimination, my favourite intro is the PAL version, which uses Just a Day by Feeder. It's one of those songs that sounds upbeat, but the lyrics are actually kind of depressing. Putting my own sentimentality aside, I've always felt this song represents the tone of this game the best. In case you're keeping track at home, it's now 1-1 when it comes to my favourite intro between NTSCJ, NTSC, and PAL. So as we know, GT3 represented a massive step back when it came to purely the number of cars and circuit locations, about 180 and 19 respectively. It's disappointing, but understandable. However, beyond just the headline numbers, we again need to dive into what that exactly means. You see, even though GT3 has just a handful more cars than GT1, and even quite a bit less if you consider that game's racing modifications, it actually has far much more variety. The way I think about it is that GT3's car list has almost all the variety of GT2's, but just with less depth in each area. You'll still find a wide selection of vehicles representing different countries and different niches. Alongside all the JDM cars we expect to see, both from the 90s and the latest models, there are also fan favourites carried over from GT2, as well as a decent amount of new and interesting vehicles, some of which are now iconic to these games. They even found time to include a handful of unlicensed Formula 1 cars, introducing an all-new category to the series. Personally, I think they got the balance of this car list near enough perfect, and that point will become even more important when we discuss the career mode. Excluding the for now off-limits premium European brands, the only area I feel it's lacking in is with older pre-1980s cars. There's only a couple of American ones, but then again, GT2 didn't have a huge amount of classics either. Other than that, I feel like for a 2001 racing game with only 180 cars total, this roster is pretty much as good as it possibly can be. When looking at the track selection, it's mostly just carryovers from GT2. Special Stage Route 11 does return after a brief hiatus and looks absolutely stunning, and there are a handful of all-new circuits. Tokyo Route 246 is a street track based on roads not far from Polyphony's office, and Côte d'Azur is an unlicensed version of the real-life Monte Carlo street circuit. There's also Complex String, a track that wasn't designed for racing, but rather to answer the question, what if license tests were a circuit? But as far as newcomers go, that's pretty much it. Whilst it is a bit disappointing just how few new circuits there are in GT3, what helps is that all of the returnees have been completely overhauled for the PS2. In some cases, they almost look like different tracks entirely. They all look great, but Special Stage Route 11 and Smoky Mountain are the two that I think got the biggest glow-ups. Just like with the cars, I also think the selection of tracks is really good. Mostly fan favourites from the first two games, but there's a decent variety with many street circuits and dirt courses included. One strange quirk of GT3's track list is that it doesn't include any shorter variations, such as Grand Valley East or Clubman Stage Route 5, which had been seen in the first two games. Almost to make up for this fact, many tracks do however use a different skybox for their reverse layouts, implying that these races take place in different weather conditions or at a different time of day. It's a nice touch that adds a bit more variety. Whilst the single-player career of GT2 was pretty well regarded at the time, this didn't mean that Polyphony were going to rest on their laurels with GT3, even if they had fewer cars and tracks to play with. To start the game, we're once again back at the License Center. Like GT2, the tests are still relatively easy to pass, but very difficult to master. There are slightly fewer tests in GT3 as opposed to GT2, 6 licenses each with 8 tests, and this includes the all-new Rally license. Earning this license is necessary to enter the dirt events in the career, but fundamentally this is the only major difference. License tests, it seems, are one of the only things that didn't really change between GT2 and GT3. They still come with all the same pros and cons. However, as we go to the dealers to buy our first car, we can notice something different. The used dealerships are no more on account of this game having far fewer cars per brand. I suppose they could have made one universal used dealership instead, but they decided against it. Whilst this might seem like a minor change on the surface, it actually has some big gameplay ramifications, as it limits your starter car options quite a lot. A typical starter from GT2, like an R32 Skyline GTST, is way beyond the 18,000 credits you're given. In fact, you can't even afford a 1.6 litre Civic. None of the options you do have are going to be great. You really do start from the bottom of the food chain in this game. As we head over to the Go Race tab, we can find yet more changes. Now, the fundamental gameplay loop of these games is still the same in GT3. After all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, the general structure of the career has been revamped. In GT1 and GT2, we had two main suites of events, the GT League and Special Events. GT League events contributed towards the end goal of beating the game, whereas Special Events didn't, but they did help you to progress. These events gave you more ways to earn money and, crucially, prize cars, but were intended for specific types of cars, thus incentivizing you to experiment by driving different cars and building up your collection with more variety. In GT3, the events are now separated into 3 different leagues based on their difficulty: beginner, amateur, and professional, alongside the standalone dirt events and endurance races. Of course, the beginner league is where you'll need to head first. Events that have races filling different performance brackets from GT2 is no longer a thing, although you will encounter some events that reappear in later leagues. This means that almost every event consists of multiple races, and you need to win all of them, or just finish with the most points if it's a championship to complete the event and earn a prize car. And outside of championship events, prize cars can only be won a single time. Another change from GT2. So from the outset, this career actually has more similarities with GT1. There are other familiar elements as well. Qualifying reappears in this game, offering a small leg up in difficult races. Although given how long it takes to complete, you'll most likely only ever use it in the late game, if at all. Also, much like GT1, only having 5 opponents in any race limits how useful this feature can be. But on that note, let's discuss the AI opponents. This is another aspect of GT3 that was talked up prior to its release. In the first 2 games, the AI could provide a decent challenge, but they often had to resort to making them artificially faster. Combined with them being pretty unaware, this usually led to some chaotic racing that sometimes devolved into bumper cars. With the focus on even more realistic driving in GT3, the AI has been improved somewhat. One of the key points in the marketing of this game was their quote-unquote emotion physics. Supposedly, the AI were capable of reacting to the player's actions, so if you cut them off or push them off the track, they would become more aggressive towards you. Now, I don't want to suggest that they made this up entirely, but in all my hundreds of hours of playing this game, I can't say I've ever noticed the AI behave like this. My impression of the CPUs in GT3 is that they're decently fast and even aggressive at times, but still lack a good amount of awareness. If you're in their way, they will just try to drive through you rather than around you. For less experienced players, they can appear quite tough, particularly in the early game. However, as the cars get more powerful, some cracks begin to show, as their pathfinding around certain tracks is really quite poor. Also, Shelby Cobra at Laguna Seca. Enough said. Revisiting this game in current day, the AI is one of the things that hasn't held up amazingly. Then again, I suppose that's true for pretty much all racing games of this era. Now, if you've been part of the Gran Turismo discourse for a while, you will be aware that many people consider GT3 as one of, if not the hardest GT game. As I've mentioned, the AI is capable of giving you a good run for your money, but most of that reputation comes from the actual structure of the career. In the beginning, your progress will be slow. The prize payouts are not very high, and the prize cars are often worse than the car you need to beat the event in the first place. You can very quickly end up in what seems like a dead end, where your only real option is to keep grinding away at one event, to earn enough money to either upgrade your car considerably or buy a much faster one. Now, something I've yet to establish is how you actually beat GT3 as such. Unlike the first two games, it's not as simple as just winning the GT World Championship, of which there are actually 3 in this game. Instead, to earn the 2 sets of end credits, you have to beat all of the events in the beginner and amateur leagues respectively. Curiously, the game never actually tells you this, and as such, most players don't realise that the slow pacing of the career is intended to make you play it in a certain way. It all comes back to what we established previously about these games. It's not just about getting faster cars, but building out your collection with more variety that you're then incentivized to use in different events. Unlike GT2, most of the events intended for specific types of cars actually have a requirement for you to use one as well, instead of a simple horsepower restriction. Therefore, to complete the beginner and amateur leagues, you're going to need to drive quite a few different cars whether you want to or not. When we consider this, the career takes on a much stronger element of strategy, because now, any car can be useful depending on your situation, even if it isn't an upgrade on what you already have. I discussed this concept with GT1, but GT3 really expands on this idea thanks to having much more car variety, which the career makes use of by having many more events for specific types of cars. Essentially, GT3 combines the well-balanced structure of GT1 with the car and event variety of GT2 to create a much more fleshed out career mode as a whole. You can probably guess from how I'm describing it that I really like this career structure. For me personally, the strategic element is an important aspect in what makes GT career mode so enjoyable. Every decision you make has a tangible impact on your path through this game. Of course, the curated prize cars you're given are a key factor in this, as they will naturally add variety to your car collection. For the most part, this just works. However, there are some notable cases where it kinda doesn't. Many GT games have underwhelming prize cars in the early game, but I think GT3 is the title that's earned the biggest stigma because of it. Now, whilst I think this criticism is somewhat overblown, in part thanks to an iconic internet meme, there is definitely some truth here. One make events return from GT2, but now as part of the main career structure. On one hand, these are great, because they give you more reason to drive different cars, but the prize cars you're given for them are usually not very well thought out. You're often just given the same car you used to beat the event, but in a special colour. Now, special colour prize cars are a cool idea, and they were also in GT1, but the reason why they get so much flack in GT3 is because they don't tend to feed into the all-important gameplay loop. They're just a dead end. On the topic of prize cars, for championship events you're given one of 4 cars at random, as shown by this neat little animation. I love this in theory because it opens up even more branching paths on your playthrough depending on which car you get. However, the execution of this in GT3 could have been a lot better. Too many events have prize pools that vary wildly. Take the European Championship in the Amateur League, where you can win cars ranging from the Gilles Vertigo race car to a Mini Cooper. What exactly is the logic here other than to just piss people off? I still think it's a great feature that should have returned in more GT games. That way they could have improved it by making the prize cars more balanced in terms of performance and value, but still varied in other ways. Fortunately, you can save scum in GT3 by skipping the final race in the championship as long as you have enough points, so with a little extra work you can get the exact prize you want. Bear in mind that just because the game intends for you to beat every event in the beginner and amateur leagues doesn't mean you actually have to. As such, you can avoid certain events entirely. Like I said, the game never actually tells you what you need to do to beat it, and the open-ended design means that you're free to progress however you want to. The only differences are that you won't see the end credits, and you'll miss out on a few extra prize cars. Unlike pretty much all of the games after this, GT3 doesn't place any artificial roadblocks in the way of your progression. As long as you have the necessary license and an eligible car, you can enter any event you want to. This opens up so many opportunities in how you can play this game. For instance, you can treat it like GT1 and GT2, where your end goal is to beat the GT World Championship, either all 3 or just the one in the professional league. In this respect, GT3 is possibly the most open-ended Gran Turismo, and the limited options you have in the early game mean that no matter how you play it, there will always be an element of challenge. Now, like pretty much every GT game, there are some notable exploits that allow you to skip progression by obtaining an overpowered car. However, these do require you to do things that most players would never attempt until much later in their playthrough, like getting top times in the time attack mode or completing an entire endurance race. It's difficult to balance these games perfectly, but I think GT3 does a pretty good job. It definitely strays more on the harder end of the spectrum, but it's not a brick wall. It's possible to run several routes through this game, using many different cars, that can take you from a fresh save through to getting a car capable of beating the toughest championships in the game within just a handful of hours. The key word is strategy. If this is something you really value in these games, then the sense of achievement you'll feel as you progress through GT3 will be truly unrivaled. Arcade mode makes its third appearance in 3 games. For the most part, it's pretty similar to the PS1 titles. Win races at each track to unlock more cars and tracks to use. For the first time, race cars are also included in the car selection, but you can of course use cars from your GT mode garage as well. I feel like GT3 is the game where arcade mode serves the biggest purpose. Because it will take time for most players to progress in GT mode, arcade balances that out by giving them access to some fast cars straight off the bat. Along with a simple progression system, it's a neat little pick up and play option. Arcade also houses a series of time trials as an added bonus, where you're tasked with beating the developers' top times. It's worth noting that the races and time trials here actually contribute to your completion stat in the game, so if you're going for 100%, then you're sure to be heading here anyway. Somewhere else that you're almost guaranteed to visit is the tuning shop. To keep on top of the competition in the early game, it's very important to make use of upgrades. Although the menu looks quite different, it still features all of the same parts as the previous games, with one major exception. Racing modifications did not carry over into GT3. As a very popular feature from the previous titles that provided more options in how you play through them, it was a shame to see it go. Given the extra workload needed to create the car models, then asking for unique racing variations on many of them was just a step too far. That said, GT3 does feature a handful of original LM race cars, all brand new designs for this game. They don't appear in the dealership, but rather can be won from certain events in the career, including the Dream Car Championship where you'll face them as opponents. GT3 marks the first appearance of the GT Auto car maintenance shop. Here you can wash your car as well as fit custom wheels, both of which were options in the previous game. But alongside those, you can also do an oil change. As you drive your cars in this game, their oil will gradually deteriorate and you'll start losing engine power. As such, changing your car's oil will become a regular occurrence for cars you drive consistently. This is especially important in the late game where there are many long championships, meaning you'll likely start losing power during the course of the events. Weirdly, new cars bought from the dealership will also receive a slight power bump when changing their oil. Oil changing as a feature doesn't really add that much to the gameplay, but given that it appears in almost every game after this, it's kind of become part of the fabric of Gran Turismo. At this point, it would just feel weird if it weren't there. Like GT2, rally events return as a distinct part of the game. This time, however, you do actually race a physical opponent, which makes things a bit more interesting. Like most other single-player races in GT3, if you're decently matched with the AI, these races can be pretty intense. The handling is also a definite improvement over GT2, feeling far different than simply driving on tarmac. That said, there is actually one event here on tarmac, a wet conditions version of Special Stage Route 5. Driving-wise, this is just like dry tarmac, but your car is slightly more prone to sliding. However, it's the visuals that really steal the show. I know it's all just clever trickery, but how they managed to make the reflections on the wet road look this good back in 2001 still blows me away. Arguably, this looks just as good, if not even better, than what we have in current day. Structure-wise, the rally events are laid out in a similar way to how they were in GT2. They each consist of 3 races at the same track that get gradually tougher as the opponent car gets faster. Given the need for its own license, the rally events kind of exist as its own separate part of the career, but at least you earn prize cars this time, including the mighty Pikes Peak Escudo. This car has been noticeably nerfed since GT2, but it's worth mentioning here because it's one of the few cars capable of performing a certain glitch. In GT3, there's a bug in which high downforce race cars can be set up in a way to make their front wheels lift. This confuses the physics engine into thinking the car is continuously falling, thus allowing it to accelerate infinitely. Now, with GT2, we discussed the many glitches it came with at launch, but by comparison, GT3 was far more solid. In that sense, it's quite ironic that one of the very few noteworthy bugs in this game has become arguably the most famous one in the entire series. Because not only is it hilarious, it's also quite useful. GT3's version of the test course has been made much longer, and this exploit can be used to completely destroy races that take place here in the late game. So, I've spent a lot of time already talking about the general structure of GT3's career from a broader playthrough perspective. But what's it like to actually play these events in isolation? Well, this is still Gran Turismo, so you shouldn't expect any major surprises, but there are a few things that GT3 does differently. Until this point, tyre wear was only a factor in endurance races, but GT3 introduces this into regular career races as well. Starting in the Amateur League, you'll find some events that feature tyre wear, and by the Professional League, they all have it. This adds a layer of in-race strategy, as tyre choice is now much more important. Unlike the previous games, harder tyres now last longer compared to softer ones, which in contrast provide more grip. Not only do you need to consider how long your tyres will last, but also how long they take to come up to temperature, as until then you'll be sliding all over the place. It's a really interesting dynamic that can lead to some unpredictable races, since you don't know which tyres the AI have and how long they can go without stopping. Depending on the cars and the track, the situation can change quite a lot. You might have to defend from cars behind that have better tyre life, or make a comeback victory after stopping for fresh rubber. When it comes to strategy, it has to be said that the player has a big advantage over the AI opponents, as they're programmed to just come into the pits once their tyre wear reaches a certain threshold, regardless of how many laps are left. Also, tyre wear is responsible for the only instances of rubber banding that I've ever seen in GT3. In some of the 5-lap Amateur League races with tyre wear, if an AI pits and falls behind, they'll then fly around the track at the speed of sound to catch up with the pack. It's pretty ridiculous, but thankfully this is only limited to a handful of events in the game. Beyond that, I think the Amateur League represents the perfect balance in GT3's career. As I've touched on, the Beginner League does take some time to get going and is a bit overly restrictive, whereas the Professional League has problems of its own. By this point, the races in the career normally last 10 laps, partially to help emphasize tyre strategy, but some go for 15 or even 20. Bear in mind that a lot of the events here are also championships that can run for up to 10 races. To say the Professional League is drawn out is one hell of an understatement. When you then throw in some really baffling event choices, like the returning Vit/Yaris race, and the overuse of test course, this league can seem like it's trying to test your patience more than your driving skill. To a degree, I do think Polyphony realised this, hence why you don't even have to touch the Professional League to beat the game. But if that's the case, why didn't they change anything? For me, the issue isn't simply that the events are too long, but that they don't do enough to justify being that long. When it comes to progression in a long career like this, it isn't just about driving gradually faster cars. You also need to consider what variables and new gameplay elements you can add over time to keep things interesting. As we've discussed, GT3 brings tyre wear into the mix, and I think it's a great addition. But tyre wear on its own isn't enough to keep things getting stale here. By this point, you'll already be very familiar with the tracks. Although the reduction in cars is often what gets talked about with GT3, I've always felt like the relative lack of unique circuits is much more noticeable when playing through this game. Whilst the selection is still decent, the sheer size of the career means that after a while, these tracks will inevitably start feeling repetitive. So considering that as well, this game is screaming out for something to add another layer of intrigue. This could take many forms: more cars on track, dynamic time and weather, mechanical damage, and plenty more. That's not to speak for how viable any of those would have been given the scope of GT3 already, but without things like these, there's simply no reason for the Professional League to be designed the way that it is. Remember, GT3 also features an entire suite of endurance races lasting up to 2 hours. These take place across a variety of different circuits and using various types of cars. I like the selection here quite a lot. Each of the races feel unique from one another. Also, when you consider that doing the longest ones will still take noticeably less time than completing a long championship in the late game, they're actually more worthwhile to do given the types of prize cars you can get. If you're looking to play GT3, here's my advice for the Professional League. Only do the single race events and the GT World Championship. Unless you're aiming for 100% completion or a specific prize car, it just really isn't worth doing the rest. Gran Turismo 3 wasn't just a game, it was a statement. A statement from Polyphony that they were so far ahead of anyone else in the racing game genre that they were virtually untouchable. As the perfect and near-perfect reviews rolled in, it became clear that GT3 had moved the goalposts much further beyond what GT1 and GT2 even did. When looking at the reception back in the day, it's hard to pinpoint any specific area that GT3 excelled in the most. It looked great, felt great to drive, had an addictive career mode, a great soundtrack, it just did everything so much better than anyone else. Really, it's far more interesting to look at the short list of complaints that players had back then. Much like GT2, there were a few who noted that the game didn't do anything drastically drastically different to its predecessors. Now, a lot of things changed in GT3, but when you look at the fundamental gameplay loop, winning races to earn money in cars, buying new cars and upgrades, winning more races, etc., it is the same formula. That said, how GT3 tweaks and repackages its single player results in a massively different gameplay experience. Where GT2 catered for a more sandbox style experience, where the career is more about just enjoying the huge car and track roster, GT3 is a much more structured affair, where the challenge and gradually progressing through it provides most of the intrigue. It's subtle, but also not that subtle if you really think about it. Ever since the first game, car damage was one of the most requested features, and its continued absence was noticed, especially since the game was proclaimed as a driving simulator. It also seems like, even back then, people realized that the artificial intelligence wasn't as intelligent as they were led to believe. And of course, the reduction in car models was also noted, although it wasn't seen as much of a drawback as you might expect. The trade-off for higher detail visuals was very well known, and many people saw this as the right choice given Polyphony's ability. What this also did was help future-proof the car models, and that would prove to be a very wise decision. As for this game's impact on the wider gaming sphere, it was enormous. At the very least, it proved that Gran Turismo was here to stay. It was certainly no one-generation wonder. Sony's faith in the title paid off big time. GT3 still stands as the second best-selling PS2 game ever, and until recently, it was the highest-selling GT game to boot. Being so strongly linked with the best-selling video game console in history didn't hurt, and the game often came as part of a PS2 bundle as well. In those early years, GT3 was commonly viewed as the game of the PlayStation 2. For other racing game franchises, the impact of GT3's release was certainly felt. This game is commonly viewed as one of the major factors in Ridge Racer's decline in relevance from the 5th game onwards. And for GT's few rivals within the subgenre it had created, there was no contest. Sega tried to hit back with another game on the Xbox the following year, and even though it was viewed positively, the fact that it represented a step down on GT3 in pretty much every way ultimately doomed it to be forgotten. So, being such a driving force back when it released, does this game still hold up from a modern perspective? If we check my fan-voted poll, we can see that GT3 is on average your third favourite GT game with 10.7% of the total votes, just slightly ahead of GT2. For those who voted for it, there were all manner of reasons given. Some highlighted how much of a generational leap it represented, some focused on the satisfying driving controls, and some chose it simply because it was their first GT game. But if there was one comment I saw more than any other, it's just that the presentation was absolutely on point. I'd be reluctant to judge a game so highly purely on that, but I do agree that GT3 has the best visual design and music of any GT game, in my opinion. Beyond this point, the series would start to change tonally. The visual design and music didn't become inherently worse, just noticeably different. I think that for a lot of people, GT3 represented the peak of what classic Gran Turismo felt like. But not only did it look to the past, it also previewed the future. I would say that beyond the original game, GT3 is the most influential title in this series. Not just because of how much of a technical leap it represented, but also in terms of its design. All of the games after this through to GT6 would use some variation on the career mode league structure that was established here. Hell, even GT Sport had a go. Arguably, this was the biggest shake-up to the single-player formula the series has ever seen, at least until GT7. And beyond that, there are just so many other smaller details introduced here that would go on to become staple aspects of these games. Obviously, given the lack of cars and tracks, relative to every other game minus GT1, I didn't expect it to head the vote. Third place seems about right. It really comes back to that sandbox-style experience that so many people want from these games. In that respect, there's simply no replacement for sheer numbers, and GT3 suffers in many people's eyes as a result. I mean, when there's another game that seems to take GT3 and add to it in every way, the end result isn't exactly surprising. But if that's the case, what keeps me coming back to GT3? Well, if I had to choose one specific element, it would be the career. I guess it shouldn't come as a shock that my personal favourite GT game does what I consider the most important thing in these games the best. In my opinion, of course. I think it says a lot that whenever I feel the urge to just boot up a GT game and start a new playthrough from scratch, I almost always choose GT3. To me, how the career functions in this game is just so fascinating. Every choice you make, including which car you start the game with, will have almost an instant impact on your entire trajectory through this career. As such, you can end up in some bizarre situations purely based on the simplest of choices. For example, taking on a field of fully fledged GT cars with a WRC machine is something that you might attempt in one of these games as a fun challenge. However, GT3 is possibly the only game in this series where you might end up doing this organically in a playthrough, simply because it represents the most optimal path for progression that you have. This is actually what happened to me when I started a new playthrough of this game just to record footage for this video, and I absolutely love that GT3 makes situations like these not only possible, but probable. In a video I made a while back criticizing GT7, I made the point that in the older GT games, by the time you fully completed them, you would have all the cars you wanted, or at least have the means to get them, thus completing your journey in the game in a neat and satisfying way. However, when I really think about this, GT3 is the only game where that's strictly true. The reason for this is that GT3's career structure is almost perfectly balanced around the cars it has. Because of the relatively modest car roster, it seems like Polyphony made the conscious decision to get as much value out of each car with how they can be used in the career. Now, I've seen people label GT3 a glorified tech demo simply because it doesn't have that many cars or tracks, and it came out pretty early in the PS2's life. But what those people don't seem to realise is that GT3's career mode is absolutely massive. Seriously, it is noticeably bigger than GT2's, but using just a fraction of the cars and tracks. In terms of bang for buck, GT3's career mode is easily the best in the entire series, and it's not even close. Does it stretch its content too thin in places? Yes, particularly in the professional league as I've shown, but for the most part, this game is an exercise in making full use of the assets at your disposal. If you're aware of my gripes with the current state of Gran Turismo, then you'll understand why I feel so strongly about this in particular. GT3's career is everything I value in a single player and what I judge every other GT games against. It is the beating heart of a truly excellent game, one that has changed my life in many different ways. GT3 was my introduction to this series from a young age, and without it I might not have become as interested in racing games, as interested in cars, and I certainly wouldn't be sitting here talking to all of you now. It was always going to have a big place in my heart, but I can confidently say that this game is my favourite in the series, not because it was my first, but based on what it actually does. Gran Turismo 3 still holds up today, but back in 2001, this was as close to the perfect racing game as anyone could even imagine. Gran Turismo 3 had been on the market for roughly 2 years already when its successor was announced, the creatively titled Gran Turismo 4. First seen in action at E3 in 2003, the series' second entry on the PlayStation 2 aimed to take its first and expand and enhance pretty much every aspect of it. More cars, more tracks, more realistic handling and visuals, and more features. When it came to the scope of content on offer, it was clear to see what Polyphony were aiming for through early screenshots and demos. With the car roster in particular, Kaz himself expressed a desire to not only represent makes and models from around the world, but also throughout history, right back to the very first automobiles. On the features front, whilst model car damage had been suggested yet again, this was very quickly shot down, with the reluctance of car makers to see their models get dinged up being the main reason cited. The planned online version of GT3 never came to fruition, so with GT4, online play was touted as a feature from day one. Whilst GT4 looked very impressive even at this early stage, Polyphony knew that the game wasn't going to enjoy the same benefit of the graphical leap that GT3 had. In this respect, it had to find other ways to impress. In the games up until this point, human characters didn't really exist, with people just being represented as a massive blurry pixels. GT4 planned to change this, with there now being fully modelled and animated people. The best example of this being the pit crew who would work on your car during pit stops. Beyond this, there would be new side modes as well. Photo travel was announced as a feature that allowed players to take pictures of their cars in various locations across the globe. There would also be B-Spec, a somewhat unusual mode where rather than driving the car yourself, it would be left to an AI driver who you could then direct with various instructions. As the scope of GT4 continued to increase, the game was pushed back further and further from its initial Christmas 2003 estimate, a somewhat familiar story by this point in the franchise. However, to help fill this void, a demo of the game called Gran Turismo 4 Prologue was made available in Asia and PAL regions starting in late 2003. This limited version of the game not only gave players a sneak preview of the real thing, but it also served as an introduction to the series for newer players, with much of it being license test style challenges aimed at teaching driving techniques. After the series' longest delay yet, the full GT4 would release in Japan at the end of December 2004 and the first quarter of 2005 in most other regions. At this point, the series stock had never been higher. After its breakout success just a few years earlier, GT3 had again redefined what was possible for a racing game with its sheer level of depth and quality. Given that it already had such a strong foundation to build off, GT4's potential was through the roof. But given that Gran Turismo was by now the clear top dog in the racing genre, the expectations of the the series were also sky high. Could this game make full use of its expanded assets to raise the bar even further? Pretty much immediately, we can tell that there are some major differences when it comes to the presentation of this game. Where the first 3 games all felt like they followed a similar theme, GT4's menus give off a totally different vibe. The darker contrasts have been thrown out in favour of a much more subdued appearance where colour is used very sparingly. As you can see, orange highlights do still appear in places, but overall it feels much more restrained than the previous games. To go with this more toned down aesthetic, we also have a far more relaxed soundtrack. Honestly, it's so different to the previous games that it's kind of hard to believe it was all composed by the same person. In fact, a few of the songs are even remixes of those from the past games, although some of them sound so different that you may not even notice. Even though I personally prefer the more energetic songs from GT3, there's no denying that this is a really superb soundtrack. Isamu Ahira is still at the top of his game. I also love the new map and 3D menu icons as well. Everything being so spread out implies a sort of grandiose scale, almost like you're going on some sort of world tour. Where the previous games felt very rooted in the 90s and early 2000s, GT4's aesthetic feels somewhat timeless. If I'd never played this game before and someone showed me these menus telling me it just came out yesterday, I would probably believe them. And when you consider this visual style within the context of the series as a whole, it gets even more interesting. As I mentioned, tonally it feels far removed from GT1, 2, and 3, but it's a fair bit different to the games that come after it as well. If anything, it kind of represents a unique midpoint between 2 distinct eras of this series, and as such it stands on its own. This unique aspect, no matter how minor, is something that I always value when coming back to GT4. At this point, you won't be surprised to hear that this game had very impressive visuals for the time. It essentially took GT3's graphics and added an even higher level of fidelity. GT4 is one of a very small number of PS2 games that can run at 1080i high definition, and as such, the emulator footage you're seeing right now doesn't look too far off from how this game appears natively on console. The key word with GT4's visuals is realism. It's something that Polyphony has always strived for, but in this game, I feel like the overall visual design has been entirely centered around it. For example, if we compare Trial Mountain in GT3 to Trial Mountain in GT4, you can see how different it appears, even though the track environment itself hasn't changed massively. It's mostly down to the lighting and color palette. GT4's version is noticeably toned down and has a much more earthy feel. There's no doubt that these visuals are more true to real life. In fact, GT3 looks a bit cartoony in comparison, but ultimately, whether you consider this an improvement will depend on your own preference. Whilst this game is still capable of looking stunning in various different locations and conditions, particularly at some of the new original circuits, I do feel like they went a bit too far in the other direction. I think it says something when one of the most common mods for people to do to this game is increase the saturation and vibrancy. In its standard form, it's just a bit too washed out. On the driving front, again we can discover some pretty drastic differences from the previous game. What's important to note is that where GT4 was initially built on the same game engine as GT3, and so was GT4 Prologue as well, by the time it released, it was on an entirely new engine. This goes some way to explain why early reports noted that the handling was very similar to GT3's. If you've played the final game, you'll know that it's now completely different. The cars pitch and roll far more, weight transfer is very pronounced. Overall, this makes the driving physics feel a lot more dynamic, but at the same time, it gives it a noticeable learning curve. When combined with somewhat oversensitive steering controls, this can make handling certain cars quite a challenge. If you're too aggressive with your inputs, you can often get locked into massive amounts of understeer or sudden oversteer. On PAL, this is even more challenging as the cars are less stable than on NTSC releases owing to the difference in frame rates. Now, something I should mention is that I don't normally play racing games from a third-person view. I much prefer bumper cam, or as these games like to put it, normal view, because I'm normal, I guess. But the reason why I'm doing so in these videos is because being able to see the car makes the gameplay footage look a lot better. Anyway, the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because a very common complaint with this game is how the chase cam is so rigidly locked to the rear of the car that it makes it difficult to understand how it's moving in the corners. This will also continue to be a problem with the games going forward. Combine this with the twitchy handling model and the fact that I'm already not a big fan of third-person views, and this explains why you might notice that my driving in this video is a little bit sloppier than usual. I think it's fair to say that GT4's handling is not quite as intuitive as GT3's, but again, the counterpoint is its simulation value. Whilst GT3 was the first game to be designed with racing wheels in mind, with GT4, it really seems like the game was meant to be played on one. Many real-life racing drivers praised this game's handling at the time, including Sebastian Loeb, who famously used it to practice for his first attempt at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2005. Full disclosure, I've never played GT4 on a wheel, but given the evidence, I think it's safe to say that it's a lot more enjoyable than on a standard controller. You know what's something that people don't talk about often enough with GT4? The in-race music. As part of my analysis, I like to understand the broader themes of the soundtrack and how this ties into the overall tone of the game, but I simply can't do that here. Take a listen to a selection of these songs and tell me if you can think of any common through line that connects them. The variety here is quite absurd, and when you then consider that the PAL and NTSCJ soundtracks have a bunch of exclusive songs on top of this, it gets even weirder. I will say that I do enjoy the majority of tunes here, but as a complete soundtrack, it's just really bizarre. I guess the only real consistency comes from the handful of new original songs from Daiki Kasho. If I try to think of a general tone for GT4's in-race music, this is normally what comes to my mind first. In terms of the intros, again there's an interesting variety of songs. The PAL version uses Reason is Treason by Kasabian, and even though this is the one that I grew up listening to, I never felt like it really fits. North America got Van Halen's Panama, which I played earlier. Obviously for a racing game it works well, but I just don't feel like 80s hard rock / glam metal really represents GT4 as a game. So that just leaves the Japanese version and Moon Over the Castle as my personal favourites. Even though it appears in all three intros, I want to highlight the orchestral build-up in particular, which is possibly the best in the entire series. As I discussed at length, the biggest letdown with GT3 from most people's point of view was the limited car selection. Having almost 4 years to develop its sequel on the same console, this is something that they were able to rectify in GT4, and boy did they. Polyphony didn't just aim to expand on GT3 here, they wanted to surpass even GT2. So when the game released with more than 700 different car models, it was mission accomplished. But let's dive into what that number really represents. Almost every car from GT3 was carried over. As I mentioned last time, GT3's car list has a really solid variety, but just lacks depth in many areas. Naturally, GT4 expands on these areas, as well as adding many of the latest models that came out since then, and plenty of fascinating left field choices too. Sadly, many of the premium European brands are still missing, but these are the only real notable absences. For the most part, if you can think of a car that came out before 2005, it's almost certainly in this game. If GT2 was the game that expanded the car list when it came to representing a wide variety of countries, then GT4 does the same when it comes to representing different eras of automotive history. There is a noticeable effort to include older cars that were somewhat neglected in the previous games, dating back to the first car ever, the Benz patent Motorwagen. Putting these cars in their own Legends showroom for each brand is a nice touch as well. It's worth noting that in between GT3 and GT4, there was Gran Turismo Concept. This was a GT3-based spin-off title that showcased the latest models and concept cars seen at various motor shows across the world, and almost all of these cars were carried into GT4. So, when you consider everything, GT4 represents the past, present, and future of automobiles all in one game. With the increase in cars also comes an increase in tracks. Of the newcomers, what's most notable is the influx of real-world circuits, from Suzuka in Japan to Infineon Raceway in the US, and of course the fearsome Nürburgring Nordschleife in Germany. Having only featured a whopping 2 real-world circuits prior to GT4, it really seems like this was the point where they decided that they could model real tracks to a high enough standard to feature widely in these games. The only caveat is that as the game still doesn't have a way to prevent corner cutting, you can cheese many of these circuits very easily. Whilst having these famous circuits is of course great, I've personally always been a lot more interested in the unique original designs, of which there are also plenty in GT4. Not only do we have a massive selection of returnees from the first 3 games, but many new and interesting ones. There's the likes of El Capitan and the Driving Park Complex, dirt courses like Grand Canyon and Cathedral Rocks, as well as Chamonix and Ice Arena, which bring snow circuits to the series. However, the most prominent ones have to be the street tracks. GT4 brought so many new city-based circuits. From the fast and open ones like Seoul Central and New York, to the tight and twisty ones such as Opera Paris and Hong Kong, to the really tight and twisty ones of George V Paris and Cité d'Aria. Of course, not every track will be to your personal preference, but there's almost bound to be at least one newcomer that you really enjoy. Even though GT3 overhauled the career structure, this didn't mean that things were going to stay the same in GT4. In fact, there are some really big differences. Well, I guess we should start at the license center. It's pretty much tradition at this point. Again, not a lot has changed here. The tests themselves aren't too hard to pass. In fact, they're a bit easier than GT3's. The rally license is no more, with tests on these circuits instead being incorporated into the normal licenses. Oh yeah, and instead of 8 tests per license, there are now 16. Wait, what? Yep, excluding GT7's master license, GT4 has by far the most license tests of any Gran Turismo game. Now, if license tests were a fun part of the game that everyone could enjoy, that would be great. But unfortunately, for most people, they're just a tedious roadblock to get through before you can actually enjoy the game. And it's not as if GT4 helps itself either. This game features tests called one-lap guide runs, where you have to follow a pace car around a full lap. They're not particularly hard, just a bit frustrating and a massive time sink. Seriously, outside of the S license, there should never be tests that last for more than 2 minutes. And don't even get me started on IA15. What makes things even worse is that many tests force you to have stability control on, which is like trying to run a 100-meter sprint with your shoes tied together. It's just miserable. But it's okay because at least we have coffee breaks, aka optional bonus tests. Hooray. Really, the only redeeming feature is the fail music. That never gets old. But being serious, GT4 is the first game to award prize cars for all bronze and all silver. This means that you've at least always got something to look forward to. Of course, if you decide to do the licenses first, you can always use one of these cars as your starter, but if not, then it's off to the dealers. After a brief absence, used dealerships return. In GT4 there are 3, one for 1980s cars, one for early 90s cars, and one for late 90s cars. In a sense, this feels a lot like GT2, where your 10,000 credits is more than enough to get a pretty decent starter. From there, it's off to the races, where you should be able to clean out the early events with no real issue. In terms of the AI opponents, yet again improvements were promised. Human AI was the tagline that was thrown about initially, with the CPU drivers supposedly able to make more human-like decisions. So, do they live up to their billing? Again, it's another swing and a miss. To be honest, I don't really notice much difference to how they were in GT3. They're decently fast and can give you a good challenge under the right conditions, but they're still just as clueless in wheel-to-wheel racing. Now, the AI obviously didn't get worse in this game, but for me, they always felt somehow more annoying to race against. For a while, I didn't understand this, but the reason actually has to do with the physics. You see, in GT3, if you collided with another car or a wall, it was pretty easy to recover without losing too much time. In GT4, thanks to the more expressive handling and weight transfer, it's a lot easier to lose control of your car. As such, in these situations where you get hit by an AI or pushed onto the grass, you're more likely to spin out or lose time in other ways. In essence, there's somewhat an imbalance between the more sophisticated physics and the not so sophisticated AI drivers. GT4 does introduce rolling starts in some races, so naturally the field will be more spread out. But this does have the side effect of making these races harder as the leader starts further ahead. This game also features A-spec points, which help you to gauge how difficult a race will be based on the performance of your car versus your opponent's. They range from 1 point to 200 points, 1 implying a very easy race, and 200 a very difficult one. For the most part, this works as intended and helps you to understand roughly how much of a challenge each race will be. It's just a shame that earning A-spec points doesn't actually do anything beyond being a meaningless stat. Okay then, let's talk about the general career structure. Now, unlike GT3, it's worth noting that the events are not all neatly contained within one menu. They're instead spread out all over the main map. But somewhat like GT3, to beat the game you need to win all of the events in the beginner and professional areas. However, the game has a lot more to offer than just that, with specific event halls for European, Japanese, and American cars, as well as separate one-make events and special conditions events, i.e. rally. There's also endurance races and extreme events, which we'll talk more more about later. Anyway, you can probably see how this career structure is something of a hybrid between GT3's and the ones from the first two games. The events outside of the beginner and professional leagues are entirely optional, but you are incentivized to check them out as they offer more ways to earn money and prize cards. Given that most brands have specific one-make events, which unlike GT2's do give out prize cards as well, this creates many different branching paths depending on which car you start with. But if you want to, you can just stick to the events in the beginner and professional leagues and your experience will be more like GT3, with its gradual progression. It's worth noting that many single race events now comprise of 5 races instead of just 3. I don't really know why they made this change, especially for events in the early game. We do not need 5 races in the Sunday Cup. Anyway, you know the drill. Win events, earn prize cars, buy and upgrade cars to use in tougher events, etc. However, when you do eventually look beyond the main path and into some of the other events, you will discover something pretty interesting. The special conditions events are one place you might head to fairly early on. Unlike GT3, these events feel much more incorporated into the rest of the career. For one, you don't need a specific license just for them, and on the easy level, you'll be up against modest road cars. The fact that there are also some events on tarmac circuits lowers the barrier to entry even further, as you don't have to splash out on tyres. For the most part, I really enjoy these events, but they're certainly not perfect. On dirt and snow, the handling is very twitchy and hard to gauge. Also, to prevent players from just bulldozing their way past the AI, there's a penalty system. In theory that's fine, but in practice not so much. Especially when the AI can't be penalised even when they definitely deserve it. These factors can make these events pretty frustrating at times. Seriously, Whistler Ice Race Hard is up there as one of my all-time least favourite GT events. But when you are able to have a decently clean race with the AI, it can be pretty intense and a lot of fun. And the fact that there are so many events on so many different types of circuits means that it doesn't ever get tedious. As I've established, these events can be accessed pretty early on in the game, but doing so may lead to some unexpected situations. Let's take the Capri Rally Easy as an example, where this Audi Quattro can easily be beaten with a solid starter car. However, when you finish the 2 races here, you're greeted by... excuse me? Yes, a 400 plus horsepower rally raid machine is your prize for this pretty basic event that takes all of 10 minutes. If you played GT4 before, you almost certainly know about this already, and probably see where I'm going with this. Because the point isn't just to highlight this one event, but rather the phenomenon of broken prize cars in GT4. In fact, last year I made a whole video detailing several different events that give you prize cars which are far better than the car you actually need to beat them. It's very much a trend, and it's not hard to understand why they did this. With GT3, we mentioned how the relatively slow prize cars in the early game made progression quite difficult for some players. It seems like the decision to sprinkle in a few overpowered prize cars in GT4's early game events was a way to make sure that didn't happen again, although they definitely overcorrected. Much like GT2, you can earn multiple prize cars from events by clearing your progress and winning them again. Many of these prize cars, like the RSC, can be sold for big money, so this creates an exploit similar to the one from GT2 with the TVR Speed 12. Now, the decision to give out these busted prize cars is one thing, and to a degree I can understand this as it's an easy way to ensure that players will sample a wide variety of the many interesting cars on offer. However, making these prize cars an infinite resource I find very strange. Now, some players might not see this as a problem, and even a positive as it gives them a way to earn insane amounts of cash, but from a game designer's perspective, I really don't understand it at all. Why would you deliberately create a situation that incentivizes players to spend their time continually replaying the same event over and over again, rather than experiencing the rest of the game where they can earn more cars and money in a far more organic way? With GT2, we could chalk that up to inexperience with game design, but given how tightly designed GT3's career was, they don't really have an excuse anymore. However, they didn't drop the ball entirely. To prevent the situation we saw in GT2 from happening again, where the game basically becomes a joke from this point onwards as you have so much money that you can do whatever you want to, GT4 has some restrictions. You see, a lot of the events for the higher end cars can be found in the Extreme League. But how do you unlock the Extreme League? Well, you have to beat the GT World Championship. However, to unlock the GT World Championship, you first have to beat all of the other events in the beginner and professional leagues. And guess what? Those two leagues are pretty much the only event areas in the entire game without any overpowered prize cars. Is this just a coincidence? From my point of view, no, not at all. Say what you will about these design choices, but to me it's very clear that they designed it this way on purpose. On the surface, it might seem similar to GT2, but clearly a lot more thought has gone into this career. Because sure, you can get some ridiculously fast cars ridiculously early in the game, but to beat the thing, you'll still need to build a diverse collection of cars to use in different events. You can't just brute force your way through like you could in GT2. Ultimately, the game gives you enough freedom to carve out your own distinct path, where you'll build up your own unique collection of cars depending on which events you do and in what order, but restricts you just enough to the point where you still have to make decisions and strategize in the long term. Being able to earn one or two overpowered cars isn't enough to break the game. Obviously, this solution isn't perfect. Being forced to race a K car when you know you have an LM race car sitting in the garage but can't use it for much without clearing out these events first is kind of paradoxical when you really think about it. However, I think the strategic element in how you acquire the cars you need to beat these events, both through the main career path and the other events, is what keeps it interesting. There is a reason why this game is so popular for challenge runs. Like I say, this is somewhat diluted by knowing that in just a few trips to Amalfi, you can make enough money to avoid having to consider any sort of strategy beyond just buying the best car you can afford for a given event, but frankly I think that's the boring option and I would just avoid replaying events entirely. Giving you the freedom to play the game how you want to is one of this series' greatest strengths after all. Arcade mode is back yet again, but not in the same way as before. As I discussed with GT3, in that game it served quite a useful purpose by offering a far more streamlined style of gameplay that almost acted as a counterpoint to the game's somewhat arduous GT mode. In GT4, that isn't really the case, so arcade takes a bit of a back seat. There's no longer any progression, cars and tracks are unlocked through your GT mode progress instead, and winning races doesn't actually achieve anything. It's essentially just a free play mode where you pick a track, pick a car, and just race. But even though arcade mode has been scaled back, this game has plenty more side modes and additional features on offer. A pretty major one is B-Spec, where you direct an AI driver. Rather than being a standalone mode, this is incorporated directly into the career, with most GT mode races allowing you to enter in B-Spec. A neat caveat of this is that it allows you to bypass any license restrictions. As for its functionality, it's pretty basic. You can tell your driver to speed up, slow down, overtake, or make a pit stop. As you use your B-Spec driver more, their stats will gradually increase in an RPG-style fashion. For the most part, I find B-Spec a fun little novelty, but not all too game-changing. The ability to accelerate time is handy though, especially for endurance races as we'll come to later. Beyond the main career events, we also have driving missions. The best way to think about these is that they're a bit like license tests, but instead of beating the clock, you have to beat other cars. These can take the form of simple overtake missions, to multiple lap battles, slipstream challenges, and of course the infamous one-lap magic missions. The last of those has you up against a field of much slower cars that are given a head start, which you have to watch in real time. Some of these can be pretty tough, but I do find them rewarding. Also, given the prize cars on offer, they're definitely worth doing. When it comes to upgrades, for the most part things are still the same, but it's worth noting that nitrous is now included as an upgrade. This was the early to mid 2000s, remember, so I guess that makes sense. On the setup front, again this is all very familiar. However, as a result of GT4's more detailed handling, I think tuning takes on much more importance in this game. Your suspension setup in particular is very crucial, and a lot of the worst handling cars can be improved quite a bit with just some basic tweaks. If you don't want to dive too much into this though, you can just add ballast, which is a new option, as it's a very quick and easy way to improve balance and traction on certain cars. In GT Auto, you now have the ability to add a custom rear wing to most road cars which gives them adjustable downforce, and also apply OEM wheels from other cars as well as aftermarket ones. Fun fact, this is the only game in the series to have this as an option, and quite frankly, I don't understand why this isn't included in every single racing game that's come out since. Beyond this, customization is still very limited though. But once you've built your ideal machine, there are now more ways to enjoy it. Photo modes are almost ubiquitous in gaming nowadays, but in the mid-2000s not so much. GT4 was really one of the pioneers when it came to in-game photography. You can snap your cars out on the track, or at various picturesque locations across the globe in photo travel. Compared to the newer games, it is a bit clunky and awkward to use, but they had to start somewhere. In the marketing of the game, one of the selling points of this feature was the ability to print out these photos by hooking up a printer directly to your PS2. Let me know if anyone's actually done this by the way, I'm genuinely curious. Although GT4 doesn't feature an interior view, it does take a step closer, with open-top cars having modelled interiors and fully animated drivers too. Now, let's talk about the late game experience. So the late game of GT4 is kinda weird, mostly because you don't really transition into it. There's a very clear point when you'll realise that you're suddenly there. And this point is once you've beaten all of the other events in the beginner and professional leagues and have unlocked the GT World Championship. If you just follow the main career path, this event will represent an enormous difficulty spike. You'll suddenly go from events for decently fast road cars into a 10-race championship against the fastest Le Mans prototypes in the game. Now, if you do venture into the other areas of the game, you will find some events for race cars that help fill this gap, like the Japanese GT Championship and American Championship for example. These are events for relatively slower race cars that can act as stepping stones into the late game, but it's still not ideal. The American Championship, for instance, gives you a first-gen Corvette as your prize car. Hardly much of a help at this point in the game. However, it isn't too hard to get an LMP in the grand scheme of things. You can of course just grind the Capri Rally and eventually buy one, or win one from the driving missions for example. However, another common way to acquire one is through the endurance races. Now unlike the games before this, GT4 actually puts a restriction on entry to the endurance events beyond just having the necessary license. This restriction is that you have to complete at least 25% of the game before you can enter. Most players will naturally leave endurance races until much later in their playthrough anyway, but this restriction means that you no longer have a choice. Again, this seems like another countermeasure put in place to prevent players from using the OP prize cars to completely break the game. Anyway, as for the races themselves, you'll now find ones lasting up to 24 hours. Of course mimicking similar real-life endurance races. Considering that you still only have 5 opponents, and there's no changeable time or weather either, this was quite a bold decision. But when you have tracks like the Sarthe and the Nürburgring at your disposal, I guess it makes sense. However, this is where B-Spec really comes into its own, as you're able to alternate between driving the car yourself and letting your B-Spec driver take over. I will be honest, I've never actually bothered with the 24-hour races in this game, but I have done many of the other Enduros. What I like to do is start the race myself and build up a decent lead, then hand over to my B-Spec driver who does the majority of the race. Given that they'll often fall back, especially if they're underleveled, I then take over the car for the final hour or so and charge back into the lead. Doing this makes these races go by far quicker and also makes them a lot more exciting. Try it out if you haven't already. When it comes to variables that make these races more interesting, tyre wear of course returns, and you're also given the ability to choose which tyre compound to fit at your pit stop. But that's not all, we also have fuel usage. Anyone who follows real endurance racing knows that cars will typically run out of fuel before they run out of tyres, so this is an important factor. Just like GT3, tyre wear and now fuel usage also appear in normal career mode races as well. However, unlike GT3, they're not given a multiplier, meaning that most races are too short for them to actually have much of an impact. The exceptions to this are the events in the late game, like the GT World Championship. Thankfully, Polyphony learned their lesson from GT3 about having too many excessively long championships in the late game, with the GT World Championship being one of the few exceptions. As such, it really stands out as a unique challenge in this game. It very much feels like the final boss. For me, the length of this event is just about perfect. It's long enough to make it challenging and bring strategy into the mix, but not so long that it becomes needlessly tedious. The challenge of this championship makes it easily my favourite event in this game, and one of my all-time favourites in the series. However, I do have one major gripe with it, and it's a pretty simple one. This event should have been in the Extreme League. You see, after beating this championship and reaching the end credits, you unlock the Extreme League. But the problem is that with the exception of the Formula GT Championship, all of the events here represent a noticeable step down in terms of length and difficulty. As such, from this point onwards, you're just treading water. These events do give you somewhere to use the higher end cars you might have earned earlier in the game, but that's about it. If the GT World Championship were in the Extreme League, this wouldn't be a problem, and it would also help to ease the insane difficulty spike too. Frankly, this makes far more sense to me, to the point where I almost think this was their plan initially before changing their minds late in development and putting it in the professional league instead. Because of this, GT3 and GT4 both have the same problem with their late games, but for drastically different reasons. In GT3, the high number of long and drawn-out championships in the professional league meant that many players got bored and didn't bother with most of the events here. In GT4, the fact that the game effectively peaks with the GT World Championship means that a lot of players don't see any reason to continue in the game past it, regardless of how good the events in the Extreme League may or may not be. Honestly, it's quite interesting how the design of GT4 places so much importance on the GT World Championship. If you're like me and enjoy strategizing and planning out a route through these games, your playthrough will hinge almost entirely on this one event. It's not just about getting a fast enough car to beat it, but also how you unlock it in the first place, and then what you unlock from winning it. These might seem like minor decisions on the surface, but whether you realize it or not, these factors can completely change the way you play through this game. Was Gran Turismo 4 able to live up to its lofty expectations? Yeah, I think so. Being the 4th best-selling PS2 game ever doesn't just happen by accident. But what did people really think of it at the time? Well, the general consensus was that this was Gran Turismo at its Gran Turismo-iest, for lack of a better term. Effectively, everything that had been done so well in the previous games was turned up to 11. As the developers aimed to expand on everything GT3 excelled at, you'd be hard-pressed to say that they failed in any area. However, there is one aspect where they did make a slight oversight. You see, in trying so hard to one-up themselves, they seemed to forget about any potential opposition. As Gran Turismo effectively created its own subgenre, they had a pretty sizable head start on anyone else. This advantage was then re-established with GT3, where they were able to make full use of the new PS2 hardware. However, by the time of GT4, the playing field had become much more even, as any technical improvements yielded diminishing returns. As such, the reception towards GT4 was still very positive, but noticeably just a little bit muted compared to the first 3 games. The thing with this game was that, whilst it excelled at everything that Gran Turismo was traditionally the benchmark in, almost all of the complaints people had about those previous games could still be applied here. I'm talking about the absence of a damage model, the relatively poor AI, and a perceived lack of innovation. For some, the persistence of these problems, however minor, was starting to get a bit grating. It's almost as if Polyphony didn't really care that much about the feedback, and just did whatever they wanted to do. This was further compounded by the much anticipated online features, amounting to just a couple of closed test versions of the game. By 2005, new rivals had started emerging, namely Enthusia Professional Racing, and of course, Forza Motorsports. The latter of those really showed what Gran Turismo was lacking, with its full damage model, much deeper customization, and online play. Whilst GT4 still won out for most people, the alternatives showed that this series was capable of more. Whilst new features like B-Spec and Photo Mode were nice to have, they weren't really game changers, just fun options on the side. However, as time passes, people's perceptions of these games change as they begin to serve a different purpose. For example, no one is going back to a game from 2004 expecting innovation. So, if we once again consult my fan-voted poll, we can see that GT4 comes in a clear first place with a whopping 44% of the total votes. If you're at all aware of people's general opinions of these games, GT4 being ranked first here won't come as a surprise, although I will admit that I was caught off guard by just how much it won by. It has more votes than GT2, GT3, and GT5 combined. As for people's reasons for voting for it, much like GT3, it was hard to determine any one specific standout element. There were those who talked about the car and track selection, others the realism, and for some it was the career. As I mentioned, these are things that Gran Turismo has typically always done well, at least up to this point. But I think a big factor in why this game is so popular in current day is not about what it does well, but rather what it doesn't do well. Which is not much, really. I think it says a lot when one of the most controversial aspects of this game is the handling. Now, there are definitely complaints to be had, but at the same time, it's not terrible or anything. In fact, compared to most racing games from the time, it was still really good. In a way, I kind of think GT4 is the least offensive Gran Turismo. It just gives people the fewest reasons to dislike it. At the same time, it's also the final game in this series' golden era, which spans the PS1 and PS2 generations. It's no secret that for a lot of people, the series starts to decline from this point onwards, and so GT4 represents the apex of these games. From these first 4, it's the one with the most cars and tracks, it's the most realistic, and it has the most things to do. From that perspective, it's a no-brainer. But for me, it's just not that simple. Do any of you guys remember Classic Game Room? I used to binge watch his videos back in the day, particularly the ones about Gran Turismo. Anyway, there's something he said in his review of GT4 that's always stuck with me.
And I love Gran Turismo 4 so much that I could just hug this game. But also, I'm so disappointed with it, I could kick it.
This line resonated with me because, to a degree, I feel the same way. Something about GT4 has always seemed slightly off. Now this is something that you won't be able to fully grasp unless you've played the games before this point in the series. With those titles, realism was never a question, and if it were, the answer would obviously be yes. However, GT4 is the first game in this series where I really start to ask whether striving for ultra realism is really worth it. I mean, just look at what they have to show for it. A somewhat awkward handling model and a washed out colour palette. Is this really what people want, just because it's quote-unquote realistic? Of course, a lot of this will come down to personal preference, but for me, I've always felt like this game is slightly worse off because of it. I guess part of my disdain towards this is in how the series has now been consumed by realism, to the point where they now use it to justify making baffling design choices that don't improve these games in any way. Frankly, the tagline of this series should now be Gran Turismo because realism. Anyway, with GT4 this issue isn't so widespread, but I can't unnotice that this is where the trend really started. But hey, that is just a minor gripe in the grand scheme of things. So what is the one thing that keeps me coming back to GT4 above all else? Well, it's a tough decision given that this game does so many things so well, but I'd have to say it's the tracks. GT4's track selection is easily my favourite in the entire series. What they did was take a solid selection of favourites from the older games, spoon in a nice helping of iconic real-world circuits, and then sprinkle a number of new and interesting original designs on top. To me, that is a near-perfect recipe for a Gran Turismo track list. The track roster was probably my biggest gripe with GT3, given how few new circuits there were and how overused they became in the career. This is not even close to a problem in GT4. In fact, there are some circuits that I wish I could drive even more often. For me, the new original ones are the clear standouts with their sheer variety and creativity, and for most of them, GT4 was the only mainline title they ever appeared in. Now, I obviously don't love every track here, but even for the ones I don't like that much, I can still appreciate them for at least being unique and interesting. And for the ones I do love, I couldn't really ask for more. In my opinion, there is no driving experience more enjoyable in these games than blasting through the narrow streets of Assisi in a Delta S4 rally car. It is pure bliss. A great tracklist can elevate an entire game, and GT4 is a perfect example. I don't think I would enjoy playing through this game as much without these tracks. Even though it wasn't seen as such a revolution at the time, there's no doubt that GT4 has had a massive impact in the racing game community. It just has an undeniable charm and presence that's kept it relevant all these years later. Arguably, this game is more important in current day than it was back when it released. From the series' relatively humble beginnings, Gran Turismo 4 is the final flourish to one of the greatest runs in video game history. Whilst Gran Turismo was an almost instant success from its very first game, really it was on the PlayStation 2 where it was truly able to flex its muscles. The critical and commercial success of both GT3 and GT4 cemented the series as not only the biggest racing game franchise out there, but one of the biggest names in gaming full stop. Of course, with Sony's next console, the PlayStation 3, just around the corner, there was much anticipation for what new heights this could allow the series to reach. But before that, Polyphony had one final game to release on the PS2 in 2006, a new title called Tourist Trophy. Essentially, it was just a stripped-back version of GT4, but with all of the cars replaced with motorbikes. It received middling reviews at the time, but has since become something of a cult favourite. As for the next mainline Gran Turismo game, the first glimpse of this would come at E3 in 2005, with the Vision Gran Turismo trailer. What was shown didn't appear too different from GT4, but the most important takeaway was that it would now be possible to have far more than just 6 cars on track. Official confirmation of Gran Turismo 5 would come just over a year later, with an estimated release date of sometime in 2008. In the meantime, Gran Turismo HD was revealed. The idea was that this game would have taken 2 forms. The first, dubbed GT HD Classic, would have been like an enhanced version of GT4, whereas GT HD Premium would have featured cars and tracks designed specifically for the PS3, with players able to download more as and when they're added. Ultimately, the GT HD project would be killed off before the end of 2006, with focus shifting entirely to the development of GT5. However, a small demo version of the game would be made available by the end of the year, called Gran Turismo HD Concept. This would be the first publicly available Gran Turismo game on the PS3, offering a minor glimpse into the future of the series. It's also notable for being the first title to feature Ferrari, as the brand finally made its long-awaited debut in these games. In July 2007, it was announced that GT5 would be receiving a cut-down prologue version, much in the same way as GT4. This game would release in Japan in late 2007 and the rest of the world in 2008, acting as a showcase for what we would see in the full game. The most important points were of course the much higher quality car models and circuit locations, including a full cockpit view for the first time, and online multiplayer racing. Having missed out on this in the PS2 games, there would be no excuses this time around. As it turned out, GT5 Prologue would end up having a much longer stay than anticipated. As 2007 turned into 2008, it soon became clear that the full GT5 wouldn't be releasing anytime soon. The sheer scope of this game was perhaps even more ambitious than Polyphony had originally realized, but it wouldn't be until E3 2009 that the public would be able to see this. The biggest bombshell was that model car damage was finally coming, what was possibly the most requested feature ever since the original Gran Turismo. This trailer also showcased that the game would have the official WRC and NASCAR licenses, and as the months rolled on, even more incredible news would be revealed. Along with Ferrari, Lamborghini would make their first full appearance, and not only would cars be able to receive damage, but thanks to a new physics engine, they could roll over as well. And it didn't stop there, not by a long shot. 3D head tracking, kart racing, dynamic time and weather, over 1,000 total car models, and even a track creator, GT5 just kept getting better and better. But as a result, the wait for it just kept getting longer and longer. This wasn't helped by the fact that Polyphony had other projects as well. Way back at E3 in 2004, Gran Turismo 4 Mobile was announced as a title for Sony's new PlayStation Portable system. In the years after, things went quiet, to the point where most people even considered it as vaporware, but the game was eventually resurrected in 2009 as simply Gran Turismo. In essence, it was GT4, but with a much more streamlined career mode, a few additional cars, and online features. It reviewed well and went on to become one of the best-selling PSP games ever, but it did still take some development effort away from GT5. Announced in 2006, for an estimated launch in 2008, Gran Turismo 5 would finally release in November 2010. It was a delay that made any of the previous games look like the blink of an eye. But this didn't dampen players' spirits. In fact, it only made them even more expectant. Through the previous 4 games, Gran Turismo had already proven itself beyond any doubt. But with a whole heap of much requested features and additions that had never been seen before, adding up to considerably more content than any other game in the series, GT5 was expected to be not only the best Gran Turismo yet, but the greatest racing game ever made, and by some distance. Yes, it's finally time to dive into the fascinating world of Gran Turismo 5. Another game and another new visual identity. Being developed throughout the late 2000s, it's clear to see how the menus of GT5 represent the aesthetic trends of the time, a style now commonly referred to as Frutiger Aero. Everything has a glossy sheen, marking a noticeable shift from the presentation of GT4 and a whole world apart from GT3 and earlier. Sadly, the theming of the GT mode area as a map is no more, but you can customize this menu with different colors and background images. When it comes to music, take a listen. Yep, Gran Turismo is now firmly in its smooth jazz era. As far as jazz and lounge music goes, it's pretty good, but I've always been a lot more fond of the upbeat stuff when it comes to racing games. Of course, this new style of presentation had already been seen in GT5 Prologue, so it wasn't exactly surprising to see it carry through into the main game. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard for me to listen to this music again with fresh ears, mostly because almost all of it was carried into GT7, to the point where I almost associate it more with that game. This is one of the reasons why I've never been a big fan of games reusing music, even if it is really good. So, onto something Gran Turismo has always been very strong at, the visuals. Well, with GT5, there's a lot to unpack here. The new PS3 quality cars and tracks look exceptional. In fact, I'd almost describe the level of detail on some of these car models as obsessive, especially when you consider their interiors too. But that's just one half of the story. Or more accurately, 2/10. Out of the 1,000 cars in this game, only 200 or so are actually PS3 quality premium models. The other 800 are, well, not that. In a rather disappointing turn of events, the rest are basically just ported over PS2 and PSP models, dubbed as standard cars. Now, whilst this is of course very obvious once you play the game, what's important to consider is that before release, it really wasn't. Whilst this two-tiered approach to the cars in GT5 was known about, all that was stated was that standard cars would have no interiors and less detailed damage. That was it. And given that Polyphony was obviously reluctant to show them off in any pre-release media, this led to something of a backlash at the time when people finally understood the full situation. If you watched my video on standard cars that I made a couple of years ago, you'll know that I don't actually mind them too much, but I do wish they were more upfront about it. It's also worth mentioning that there are some circuits, such as Deep Forest and Trial Mountain, that use noticeably lower quality textures than most others, and can almost be considered as standard tracks. But it's not all bad news. If we once again use Trial Mountain as a point of reference, we can see that the overall visual style of this game is a lot more vibrant than GT4's. Kind of ironic considering that games on 7th generation consoles are often remembered for their washed out and muddy looking colour palettes. With Gran Turismo it's kind of the opposite, with everything having a much brighter look. I still say I prefer the visuals of GT3 thanks to that game's more exaggerated lighting, but at its best, GT5 is still absolutely stunning. Something that we haven't really had to talk about with the previous games is performance, but with GT5 we sadly can't ignore it. Whether it be excessively long loading times, frequently dropped frames, screen tearing, or flickering shadows, GT5 is kind of a mess in this department. As a result, in motion it never really looks as good as it should do, which is a shame. Last time, we discussed how GT4 took a step in making the driving physics feel more realistic and believable, with the trade-off that it doesn't feel as satisfying to play as GT3. I think GT5 strikes a good balance here. Driving feels intuitive, but the cars are still dynamic and move in a natural way. Drifting in particular, albeit not the most realistic, I find a lot of fun, and that's only helped by the ability to now leave thick black streaks of rubber and plumes of tyre smoke. Once again, a wheel is really the ideal way to play this game, but even on a controller it feels good. Being able to now map brake and throttle to the triggers on the DualShock 3 is nice, but you can stick with using the pressure-sensitive face buttons or analog sticks if you prefer. Through the course of this series, I haven't really talked very much about engine sounds. The reason for this is that they've always been serviceable, but not particularly noteworthy, at least compared to other aspects of these games. With GT5, that starts to change, but not for the better. To put it frankly, the engine sounds in this game are, for the most part, terrible. Most cars sound muffled and distorted, and in some cases even downright unpleasant. In many ways, they're actually worse than how they were in the PS2 games, and I'm not entirely sure how they managed that. If you ever wanted to know where the joke of cars in Gran Turismo sounding like vacuum cleaners came from, this is it. As for the in-race soundtrack, I honestly don't have too much to add here. After GT4's eclectic mix of genres and eras, GT5 is a lot more centered around the music that was popular when it came out, mostly indie rock and electronic. It's a good soundtrack. Daiki Kasho once again brings a few new original tunes, and I think they're even better than his stuff from GT4. Bear in mind, if you prefer, you can now also play other songs that you've saved to your PS3, both in the menus and the races. From this point in the series onwards, the games would start becoming more unified, in the sense that they're pretty much the same no matter where you are in the world. No more region-specific cars and soundtracks. One of the only exceptions to this is that in Japan, GT5 has a different intro movie from the rest of the world, featuring, unsurprisingly, Moon over the castle. Everywhere else, following a build-up that shows what goes into actually manufacturing a car, we're greeted by My Chemical Romance's Planetary Go. Now, I'll admit that this is a purely nostalgic choice, but I actually prefer this version simply because for me, it perfectly captures the excitement I had back in 2010, putting the disc in and playing GT5 for the first time. Now, with over 1,000 car models, where do we even start? Well, it's not actually that difficult, as, like I mentioned, most of them are just carryovers from GT4. Sadly, a few of the biggest oddballs didn't make the cut though, like the vintage Benzes, OG Daihatsu Midget, and Nike One. It's also worth noting that there are a few standard cars here that weren't in GT4, like the Mazda Furai and Bugatti Veyron. These were cars that debuted in GT on the PSP instead, and were simply never remade into full premium models. Speaking of which, the 200 or so premium cars represent a decent mix of noteworthy models that had already appeared in the series, and entirely new ones. Like I said, the addition of exotic brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini was a major coup, but Porsche is still a notable absence thanks to EA's exclusivity deal at the time. Now, whilst there are a number of the latest models represented, what you'll notice is that many of them are capped at 2008 as the most recent. This is particularly noticeable with the WRC and Super GT cars. If you remember, 2008 was the original release estimate of GT5, so this could be the reason why. But we also have to consider the fact that these new PS3 quality models take considerably longer to make than the PS2 ones. This also explains why there are relatively so few, despite the game being in development for at least half a decade. When it comes to the tracks, although I highlighted the fact that some of them are also PS2 carryovers, it's really only a handful, with the vast majority of circuits being of PS3 quality. The selection is solid, with there being a decent number of real and original circuits, both ones that have been seen before and entirely new faces. In terms of new real-world tracks, we have the likes of Daytona, Indianapolis, and Monza, and on the original side, London, Cape Ring, Eiger Nordwand, and more. It's a very decent roster, but I do have one major complaint. Although there are quite a few classic GT courses, like Grand Valley, Special Stage Route 5, etc., not a single original circuit that debuted in GT4 made the cut. If you watched the previous part in this series, you'll know that I rate GT4's original circuits very highly. So, to not see a single one reappear in GT5, or any other game after this, is a little bit heartbreaking. I get that they wanted to focus on their new original circuits, many of which I do also like, but to me it still seems like a waste. Bear in mind that this point does have an asterisk next to it, which we'll get to later. So, what about the single player experience of GT5? With more cars than ever before, that leaves a lot of possibilities on the table. To kick things off, let's go buy our first car. The used dealership once again returns, but not quite in the same way as before. Instead, this is where all of the standard cars are sold, from cheap econo boxes to multi-million credit race cars. In that sense, the same is also true in the premium dealers, although at the 20,000 credit price point, you won't have quite as much choice. Once you've chosen your ride, most likely some sort of compact, as usual, it's time to head over to the Sunday Cup and hit the track. So, despite their general quality, in the first 4 games, the AI was never particularly great. They could give you a decent race, but on the whole, they certainly felt more artificial than intelligent. Well, with the transition to the PlayStation 3, I'm pleased to say that they've finally taken a major step forward in this regard. The AI has a lot more awareness when it comes to other cars. They're now actually capable of avoiding accidents and not just causing them. They do still have a few blind spots here and there, but on the whole, it's a big step up over the PS2 games. However, at the same time, they've also become noticeably slower. I'm not really sure how this happened, but by playing the game normally, I basically never felt challenged by the AI in any way. Only by handicapping myself with a much slower car was I able to have some tougher races, and even then, I still felt like I had the upper hand. The AI have this weird tendency to just kind of give up when you're alongside them, like they're just rolling over and accepting defeat. It's not great, but honestly, I don't think the racing has ever been one of this series' greatest strengths. That's not to say that it doesn't matter, but there are plenty of other ways to enjoy the single player experience. For me, the most important one is just progressing through the game at your own rate. However, here we run into a very interesting design decision in GT5. Every time you complete a race, you earn XP, which increases your driver level. But what does that actually mean? Well, each race event has a minimum level required to enter it. Now on paper, this seems completely unnecessary. The main restriction to your being able to win the tougher events in the first place is having a fast enough car to do so. But that leads us to the second point. Every car also has a level attached to it, and you can only buy cars with an equal or lower level than yourself, even if you have enough credits for something better. Now, I don't think I need to explain why this is such a strange decision that almost goes against the formula that was established all the way back in the first game. Win races, earn money, buy cars, win tougher races, etc. In this gameplay loop, you're only limited by your own ability and the cars you have, not some arbitrary level cap telling you which events you can and can't enter, and which cars you can and can't buy. What it means is that no matter what you do, your progression will always be somewhat linear. All of the prize cars you receive are also balanced around the minimum level of the event, meaning that the completely busted prize cars of the past games are no longer a thing. In fact, in the early game, most of the prize cars kinda suck. What all of this means is that there's far less strategy involved in making your way through this game, as you only have a limited number of options at any one time. I will say that coming back to GT5, this system isn't as restrictive as I worried it might be, at least when doing a casual playthrough. I never felt like I was locked out of an event I wanted to do just because of my level, but there were a couple of cases where I couldn't buy a certain car, which did get frustrating. All in all, the game is actually pretty generous when it comes to handing out XP. You might have noticed that I haven't yet mentioned license tests. They are still in this game, but because of the level system gatekeeping events instead, they're no longer mandatory for progression. Instead, they give you XP for completing them. I actually kinda like this way of doing it, making them optional, but still rewarding you in a way that helps you to progress, beyond just giving you credits. Generally, the tests here are easier than the ones in the previous games, especially the Super License. Each of the 10 tests here are made up of overtaking challenges where you have to reach the front of the pack within a limited amount of time. They remind me a bit of the driving missions in GT4. As a result, this actually makes GT5 Super License by far the easiest one in the entire series. As you can see, the general career mode structure is more of a return to what we saw in GT3, multiple leagues containing several events for different types of cars, all neatly organised in one place. Now on paper, this looks like a lot of content, but the reality is a bit disappointing. Whilst there is a pretty decent selection of events catering to various types of cars, many of them are comprised of just 1 or 2 races, and even in the late game, most of them don't last very long. For example, if I were to tell you about an event called the American Championship in the Extreme League, what would you picture? I, for one, would not imagine an event made of 2 single races that takes not even 15 minutes to beat. And there are more strange decisions here as well. For its relative brevity, in the American Championship you do at least come up against some fairly high-level race cars. However, in the European Championship, which unlocks just 1 level earlier, the opponents are all fairly modest road cars, like the Ford Focus RS and Citroen C5. Then consider this. Outside of the endurance races, the event with the toughest opponent cars is the GT All-Stars Championship. Here you'll encounter top-end prototypes including Group C machines. But where do you find this event? At level 19 in the Expert Series, a whole league below the events we were just talking about. Now with GT4, we discussed how the decision to put the GT World Championship in the Professional League kinda makes the late game feel unbalanced, as most of the events you then unlock in the Extreme League represent a step down in terms of length and difficulty. However, with GT4, I could at least understand what they were trying to do. With GT5, it doesn't really feel like there's any rhyme or reason to these decisions. Why is this event 2 single races, but this one is a 5-race championship? Why are the opponents in this event considerably tougher than the opponents in this one? In the past games, there was always a general structure with how the events would get gradually tougher and longer as you progressed, but with GT5, sometimes it really feels like they just made these decisions by throwing darts at a board. Every time I play through this game, it always irks me, but I really don't think you need to be some sort of series veteran like myself to recognise these problems. I realised I haven't actually mentioned how you beat this game. There are 2 sets of end credits, the first for beating the GT World Championship in the Professional Series, and the second for the Dream Car Championship in the Extreme Series. In a sense, this is sort of like GT3 where you can just ignore completion entirely. If you don't beat these 2 championships, nothing will change as unlocking events is tied to your driver level, and given that GT All-Stars has tougher opponents, they don't even represent the ultimate challenge within the main career. Up until this point, the single-player career was kind of the end-all and be-all of Gran Turismo. The quality of it almost defined the quality of the game as a whole. But with GT5 bringing so many new features to the series for the first time, including different ways to play, this isn't really true anymore. So why don't we start with the biggest one? Online. A whole decade after it was first teased for the series, online racing was now part of the Gran Turismo experience. The problem with trying to cover this in current day is that the servers went offline in 2014, so I'm mostly relying on my memories from playing it back in the day, as well as old gameplay that other people have recorded. I've always felt that online modes can only be as good as the people who play them, and whilst there were always a few bad eggs, my experiences were generally positive. Whether it be serious racing, casual racing, cruising, track days, drifting, or whatever your niche was, there were always plenty of lobbies filled with people wanting to do the same thing. GT5 was extremely popular, especially at launch, but the absence of any real matchmaking systems meant that you always had to troll through lists of lobbies before finding one you wanted to join. And when you did eventually find one, there was no guarantee that the experience would be good. Although they had GT5 Prologue to test their online systems, the full game was still prone to being unstable in similar ways. Beyond just the racing, we also have to talk about community features. Under this tab, you could find social media elements, with the ability to personalize your page which could be seen by people on your friends list. You could also leave messages, show off your favorite cars, and even send cars to your friends. This latter feature I remember being very popular, with people gathering in lobbies specifically to trade cars with each other. And of course, no discussion about GT5's online would be complete without mentioning Shuffle Race. This was a feature that randomized cars for each player within a limited pool of options, and it still remains as one of the best ever features in this series. I have so many great Shuffle Race memories from back in the day, and GT5 was the only mainline game it ever appeared in. Of course, playing the game in current day, we can't access this stuff anymore, at least not without a bit of help, but there are still plenty of things we can experience. A course maker really wasn't a necessary feature, but they just had to go and add one anyway. In reality, it's less of a course maker and more a course generator. You can choose from a selection of basic themes, then edit sections of the track by adjusting various parameters using sliders. Functionally, it's pretty basic, but I still get a lot of enjoyment out of seeing what sorts of interesting tracks I can get it to make. I'm not ashamed to admit that I've spent many hours just messing around with it. After you've made your track, you can drive on it in arcade mode, and back when the servers were still up, you could even race them online, which was pretty cool. You know what else is cool? Being able to customize your cars. This is an aspect that was never really explored very much in the previous games, but in response to a certain competitor, GT5 adds some new options. Many premium cars can have unique aero parts fitted, like custom bumpers and wings. It ain't exactly Need for Speed, but it's something. You can also finally repaint your cars, but only through the paint chip system. Basically, every time you buy a car, you receive a token for the paint color it comes in, called the paint chip. This paint chip can then be used to repaint another car or a set of custom wheels. I like this in one sense because it adds to the collection aspect of Gran Turismo, but in practice it can get annoying as you can only use a single paint chip a single time. Back when the servers were still up, you could earn more through the daily login bonus, and this was also true for racing suits and helmets, another new customization option. We also have a feature from the first two GT games returning, racing modifications. As cool as it is to see racing mods come back, in this game there are only 17 premium models that actually have one, which kind of defeats the point of the feature. Still, for the few cars that can have it, it's pretty neat. And speaking of returning features, there's a couple from GT4. Photo Travel is back for its second appearance with an all-new set of locations. There isn't too much to say beyond that, other than the fact that you can't use any standard cars. I wonder why. B-Spec also returns, but in a slightly different way. Alongside the A-Spec single-player career, there's a B-Spec career that features all of the same events. As before, your B-Spec driver is the one that races, whilst you direct them with general instructions, but there are some new additions. You can create multiple drivers, each with their own set of stats and temperaments that influence how they drive. As a race goes on, they will also gradually lose physical and mental strength, which affects their speed and likeliness to make mistakes. Most races in B-Spec are considerably longer than A-Spec, and unlike GT4, there's no way to accelerate time. This makes them kind of tedious, but given some of the prize cars on offer, they're still worth doing. The best strat is to just give your driver an overpowered car and then let them take care of the rest while you do something else. On paper, this mode is interesting, but in practice, I get bored of it pretty quickly. The fact that the A-Spec and B-Spec careers are now separate also means that you can't use B-Spec to help with endurance races like in GT4, which for me was the best thing about it. Beyond the main career modes, we also have special events. These are uniquely crafted challenges that each focus on a different aspect of the game, whether that be kart racing, NASCAR, rally, or plenty more. To be honest, they're a pretty mixed bag. I enjoy the karts purely because they drive in a very unique way and are fun to race, whereas the rally mode can be a little bit dull, but I just think it's a really cool idea. Here they use the course maker to generate point-to-point stages which are set up like an actual rally. The Grand Tour event is also pretty neat, with its unique cutscenes that really make you feel like you're traveling through Europe. But on the other end of the spectrum, we have stuff like the Top Gear test track. After acquiring the Top Gear license for GT5, it's painfully clear that Polyphony had no idea what to do with it. Having the test track in-game is a neat addition, but racing vintage VWs around it doesn't exactly scream Top Gear to me, and it also isn't very fun. The Sebastian Vettel X Challenge is notable for having you drive the outrageous Red Bull X 2010 fan car, a joint project between Gran Turismo and F1 designer Adrian Newey. It's also notable for being possibly the toughest event in Gran Turismo history. But regardless of how much you enjoy each event here, the rewards you get make them definitely worth doing. Remember how I said that I never found the level system too restrictive? This is part of the reason why. You can earn tons of XP from these events, as well as plenty of cash. And the fact that as you level up you'll gradually unlock more special events always keeps the gameplay varied to some degree. Can you believe that we still have more new features to cover? As mentioned before, car damage was one of, if not the most anticipated feature in GT5, and to be honest, it kinda sucks. Whilst it's possible for some cars to get pretty smashed up, you really have to be trying. In most normal situations, it's barely even noticeable. And visual damage is just one half of the equation. Part of the reason for people wanting damage was so that there would be some consequence if you smashed into stuff, but there just isn't. Whilst GT5 does also have mechanical damage, it isn't used in any GT mode races, and this will become a bit of a trend. Whilst GT5 upped the maximum number of cars on track from 6 to 16, you'll only ever find 12 at most in the career. Why is this? Maybe for performance reasons, but 16 is still possible in arcade mode and even online, so I really don't know. Another new feature is dynamic time and weather. Now, these rain effects weren't especially impressive even at the time, but the ability for conditions to change during the course of a race could add some much needed spice to the gameplay formula. However, once again it's been completely squandered in the career. Through the entire A-Spec mode, there's a grand total of 10 races where dynamic weather is enabled, and 4 of those are Enduros. Granted, it's not available for every track, but that's still pretty pathetic. It is very possible to fully play through this game up to the endurance races without seeing rain even once. Also, remember tyre wear and fuel usage? 2 variables from the previous games which could also be used to create unique racing scenarios that kept the game interesting? Well, outside of the endurance series, they don't appear in a single race. When you put all of this together, it leads to a career that, despite not being incredibly long, still finds a way to drag on. With GT3, I talked about how the career didn't have enough gameplay variables to justify its enormous length. Well, GT5 has plenty of variables, but just chooses not to use them. Whilst this game is filled with many new and interesting ideas, the main career isn't part of that. In fact, it's actually regressed. For me, in spite of what this game does well, it all leads to a single player experience which is undoubtedly worse than the games that came before it. Gran Turismo 5 is the second best-selling PS3 title ever, but that doesn't really give us the full story of how this game was received. Once again, this is a Gran Turismo game, so there are certain things that it will always get praised for, like the driving, the visuals, mostly, and the massive selection of cars and tracks. But at the same time, its issues were by far the most glaring of any game in the series at that point. Now, any discussion around the reception of GT5 has to be preceded by acknowledging its massive expectations. For many people, unless this game were a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, it was going to be a disappointment. But this is somewhat a product of Polyphony themselves for keeping people waiting for so long. In spite of how much time it spent in the oven, for a lot of people, GT5 just seemed slightly undercooked. Of course, the standard cars were the best example and the thing that received the most mockery, but it was also let down by performance issues, as well as some of the most hotly anticipated features not really impressing as much as hoped. In current day, the struggles Polyphony faced when developing GT5 have been pretty well documented. The PS3's unique cell processor was the main culprit, as whilst it was extremely powerful by the standards of back then, it was very difficult to use that power effectively. This goes some way to explain the problems with GT5, as on paper it seemed like they would be able to do certain things, but when they actually got around to development, they realised it wasn't quite as simple. Last time, we talked about how the relative stagnation of the series with GT4 opened the door to some potential rivals emerging. Well, if that was the case, the massive time gap between GT4 and GT5 pretty much ushered them right through that door. After its debut on the original Xbox, the Forza Motorsport series went from strength to strength on the 360. Motorsport 2 came out in 2007, and that was followed by FM3 in 2009. So when GT5 came out in 2010, Forza was able to hit back with what was already their third complete game on the console less than a year later. This strategy seemed to work, as FM4 is generally considered the gold standard for simulation racers of this console generation. That's not to say that it dominated GT5 in every way, but it was certainly a much more polished and consistent experience. GT5's general reputation has always been difficult to gauge, as there are those who absolutely adore it, and those who totally despise it. So I was very intrigued to see where it would come out in my fan-voted poll. if we take a look, we can discover that it ended up in second place overall with more than 17% of the total votes. Now, for anyone who is questioning why I bothered with this poll because the results would be obvious anyway, this is why. I did not realize that GT5 was this widely loved, at least among my viewers. Now, there is a slight caveat here with the one-sided nature of the results. GT4 has almost half of the total votes. Although I can't say this for certain, I'm fairly confident that if you were to remove GT4 and redistribute all of its votes across those people's second favourite games, we would most likely see GT2 or GT3 come out on top, just based on what those games do well in a similar vein to GT4. That said, the continued popularity of GT5 cannot be underestimated. There were many reasons for why people chose it, but the most common one I saw, beyond because it was my first GT game, was the general vibe. With this, I'm not just talking about the presentation, although that is part of it, but also what the game actually does. For instance, this game gives you a car on your birthday. It also plays Christmas music around that time of year. These are both things that have been carried through to every GT game since, but it's these sorts of small details that, in spite of its many flaws, made GT5 feel special. It just has so much charm. You can really feel the passion of the people who made it. As such, I think GT5 is the coziest Gran Turismo. Now, I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people who voted for it would agree with me. Beyond that, my thoughts on this game are still pretty mixed. I have to mention that whilst I did play GT3 and GT4 when they were the current games, I wasn't really old enough to understand their wider impact. They were just fun car games that I liked. But by the time of GT5, I was a lot more involved in the series. I remember watching and re-watching every single trailer, and scouring the web for any new piece of information I could find. I was properly hyped for this game, to a degree I probably never will be for anything ever again. And when it eventually came out, I really enjoyed it. To a point. For me, there was always a lingering disappointment with this game. Not just because it was so highly anticipated that ultimately it was never going to fulfill its expectations, but because it was a letdown in some pretty basic ways. Even back then, I could recognize that the single-player career was not as good as it could have been, and certainly not a match for GT3 or GT4. It feels kind of bad to say this, because GT5 isn't a small game. There's easily hundreds of hours of content here, but I just got the feeling that they could have done way more with what they had. So, not long after, I got an Xbox and defected over to Forza. And having played both when they were new, I can say that FM4 is the better game in my opinion. And if I'm being honest, my opinion of GT5 hasn't really changed that much since all those years ago. One of the quirks of trying to review this game in retrospect is that it isn't exactly the same as how I played it back then. Being an online game, it was gradually updated and even had DLC packs which are no longer accessible. And of course, with the servers long gone, there are certain things within the game itself that can't be accessed. I've already touched on a few of these, but for me, two of the most important features brought in updates were the seasonal events and the online collector's dealership, or OCD, both of which came about a month after the game released. These features helped rectify some pretty major balancing issues with this game. As opposed to previous GT games, where many of the rarest and most valuable cars can be won as prizes, in GT5 they just put them in the dealers for crazy amounts of money, up to 20 million credits in some cases. At the same time, there were many rare cars that were difficult to find as a result of only appearing in the limited rotation of the used dealership, the Formula GT being the most infamous example. Seasonal events not only added more single-player races to the game, but ones with big payouts that made the high-value cars a lot more attainable. The OCD, meanwhile, stocked a rotating supply of the most valuable and desirable cars that could be found in the used dealers. These two features worked hand in hand to make acquiring cars in the post-game much more viable, and thus made GT5 a much more enjoyable experience. But with the servers offline, they don't work anymore, so we're back to square one. When you think about it, it's a pretty stupid situation which shouldn't have existed had they just not designed the game like this in the first place. As such, playing this game in current day just feels hollow, to the point where comparing it with the older ones almost seems unfair, because this isn't GT5 in the form it was meant to be played. Now of course, people have hacked and modded online features back into this game, but that's not my point. In retrospect, the fact that the first Gran Turismo to have online connectivity is also the first where the design of the single player started going noticeably downhill is not a coincidence. With GT5, although he never said it outright, Kaz seemed pretty keen to stress that it would be more than just a racing game. The phrase online car life simulator was thrown about in the marketing as early as 2006, and with the final game you can kind of see what they're getting at with the multitude of new features and online elements. However, this desire for the game to be seen as more than simply just a racing game is not entirely a good thing. In some ways it's detrimental to the overall game design, because if the people making the game don't think about it as a game, they won't necessarily design it like a game either. This can lead to them making design choices that don't actually make the experience more enjoyable for the player, a point that will become even more evident as the series goes on. But in spite of everything, I still believe that each of these games has something worth playing it for in current day. With GT5, I'm not going to pick any specific feature or area of content, but rather a broader theme: ambition. Gran Turismo 5 was, and still is, the most ambitious game in this series. No matter how flawed or disappointing any singular aspect of it may be, this is still true. I mean, when you think about what was promised with this game, every new feature and improvement, they did deliver on all of it, just maybe not to the standard we all hoped for. If this game were a person, it would be someone who's always eager to please everyone around them, but just can't quite do anything correctly. In spite of their failings, you just can't bring yourself to dislike them because they always have your best interests at heart. That's what I see in this game. It's a people pleaser. For as much as I love the PS2 titles, they didn't really try to evolve the Gran Turismo formula, instead just added a new coat of paint, more content, and some minor tweaks and adjustments. In short, they played it safe by only improving in the areas that they knew would be received well, and that they were already market leaders in, and reaped major rewards because of it. When I came up with the idea for this series of videos, you might have expected that the one I'd be looking forward to making the most was GT3, as it's my personal favourite. But no, it was always GT5. My only frustration is that there is just so much to talk about with this game that I know there's going to be stuff I missed out here. But that speaks to another important point. I think this game is incredibly fascinating, and not just because of what's in it, but also what isn't. This game has an astounding amount of unused and cut content, from unique cars to career mode events, and most famously, tracks. Remember when I said about none of the original circuits from GT4 returning? Well, that was kind of a lie. Many of them did return, but they would only be discovered almost a decade later, hidden in the files. There's even a glitched out version of Pikes Peak from GT2. It's speculated that these were intended for DLC at some point, but it never happened. Honestly, the amount of secrets hidden in this game really makes me wonder what was going on at Polyphony when they were making it. Is there even more that we don't know about? Who's to say? GT5 is the gift that just keeps on giving. Of course, when I talk about ambition, the irony is that the one part of GT5 that isn't really ambitious is the main single-player career. In my opinion, the most important part of a Gran Turismo game. But honestly, who knows what GT5 could have turned out like had the situation been slightly different. Whilst I don't personally consider it an all-time great, unlike its predecessors, GT5 is still a very important game in the story of this franchise. Some love it, others may hate it, but there's no doubt in my mind that it will continue to be discussed, speculated on, and remembered for many more years to come. In the early 2010s, Gran Turismo found itself in a very unfamiliar position. Whilst of course not being perfect, the first 4 games in the series were still generally considered to be the gold standard when it came to console racing games. However, the somewhat mixed response to Gran Turismo 5 as a result of its compromised development and a few questionable design choices meant that the series could no longer be considered as the de facto market leader. Regardless, GT5 did at least meet expectations when it came to the commercial perspective, shifting close to 12 million copies by the end of its run. As such, just a couple years after GT5's release, there was still a strong appetite among players for a new entry. Gran Turismo 6 had been referenced by Kazunori himself even before GT5 had released, so it was something of an open secret. But what wasn't quite as clear was on which console we would actually be able to play it. In February 2013, Sony announced their new PlayStation 4 to release later that year. Around the same time, there were rumours emerging from within Sony that Gran Turismo 6 was planned as a PS3 title. Ultimately, these rumours would be proven correct when the game was officially unveiled as part of the series' 15th anniversary celebrations in May 2013. Along with the expected smorgasbord of new cars and tracks, one thing that soon became clear was how GT6 would be heavily based on its predecessor. Of course, this would have its positives and negatives. For example, the controversial standard cars would return, but it was promised that many of the worst-looking ones would be improved. There would also be enhancements made when it came to the driving physics and visuals in general. Even though the game would be releasing so late into the PS3's life, the Polyphony team still planned on supporting GT6 for many years after, including with downloadable content. As well as even more cars and tracks, enhanced versions of the Course Maker and B-Spec mode were promised for post-launch updates. There would also be Vision Gran Turismo. Not to be confused with their E3 2005 trailer of the same name, Vision GT would be a collaboration between Gran Turismo and various brands to design unique concept vehicles especially for the game, and the plan was that they would be continually added through frequent updates. In a big part thanks to being based so heavily on GT5, GT6 would become only the second game in the series to not be delayed, releasing worldwide on December 6, 2013. However, what was even more notable was that this was a few weeks after the PS4 officially debuted. So, for the first time ever, Polyphony found itself releasing a mainline Gran Turismo game on an outdated console. For a series that placed so much stock in its technical aspects, this was a very unusual choice, but it did offer a fascinating opportunity. By this point, Polyphony had a much better handle on developing games for the PS3. At the same time, they had a massive wealth of content to make use of, with even more planned for the future. In essence, they now had all of the pieces in place to make Gran Turismo 6 the game that many expected Gran Turismo 5 to be. But whether they would actually achieve this is another story entirely. In terms of its overall theme, GT6 is still very much along the lines of GT5, but there are some differences. I think the general layout of these menus is a bit neater and more visually pleasing. Whilst you can't personalize your homepage anymore, I think their use of deep blue as the primary color was a nice choice, and this is also reflected in the box art of the game. As for the music, again this will be pretty familiar. Many of the songs from GT5 are even carried over, but there is still a decent selection of new ones. While still somewhat subdued compared to the first few games, I think the music is a little bit funkier than it was in GT5, which I personally quite like. It's worth noting that whilst longtime series composer Isamu Ohira was replaced by a cast of various other artists for GT5, a few of his songs from the older games do reappear in GT6, which is neat. Visually, GT5 was kind of chaotic, so you would expect a certain amount of this to carry through into GT6 as well, and in many ways this is true. Shadows are still janky, frame rates can be inconsistent, and screen tearing is still prevalent. But beyond these, I think they did a pretty admirable job of smoothing off GT5's rough edges. The new car models are truly exceptional, a noticeable step above even GT5's. This game makes use of adaptive tessellation, meaning that the polygons which make up each car change based on the camera's perspective, to make them look as best they can in any given situation. From GT3's enormous graphical leap through to current day with GT7, Polyphony's mastery of visuals has always gotten attention, but I still don't think the scale of their achievement with GT6 gets enough recognition. A game developed for a console from the mid-2000s simply shouldn't look this good. What they managed here is borderline witchcraft. It's really impressive stuff, but once again, we can't ignore the fact that most of the cars in the game don't look anywhere near this good. The terms premium and standard are no longer a thing in GT6. Instead, each car is labelled based on whether they have a detailed or simplified interior. Regardless, for the sake of simplicity, I'll still be referring to them as standard and premium. With there being roughly 800 standard models, Polyphony really had a job when it came to upgrading them. This is something that they would continually work on throughout the game's lifespan. Of course, they wouldn't get around to every single car, so some do still look pretty awful. But for the ones that did get enhanced, it was a really solid effort. The cars from Roof were some of the most well-known, featuring things like panel gaps and much higher quality textures. In fact, so comprehensive were the changes to some cars that they're often called semi-premiums within the community. In some cases, their only difference to full premiums is the lack of an interior. This, along with the fact that there are many more premium cars than there were in GT5, really helps to improve the balance, but it's obviously still not ideal. Another aspect that's received attention in GT6 is the lighting. GT5 had a habit of looking a bit flat in certain conditions, but the subtle changes made for GT6 add some extra depth. Sadly, all of these enhancements do come at a cost. Prior to its release, Kaz was quoted as saying that with this game, they pushed the PS3 as far as it can go, and he wasn't wrong. Playing it on my PS3 Slim is like standing next to a jet that's about to take off. I can only imagine what it's like on an original fatty PS3. Driving-wise, in spite of the game boasting an all-new physics engine, I don't really notice a huge difference to its predecessor. Mid-engine cars feel a bit looser, but that's about it. And honestly, that's not a bad thing. I felt that GT5's handling struck a solid balance, and GT6 is just like a slightly more detailed version of that. However, something that most people would agree should have been overhauled is the car sounds. Following the complaints with GT5, improvements were made, but still not enough to fully satiate the most vocal critics. Some cars do sound very distinct, but even at their best, the engine sounds and sound mixing in general are still noticeably lacking compared to other racing games from the time. GT6's in-race music is once again a reflection of what was popular when it came out. The emphasis on electronic music is a lot stronger, with drum and bass seeing a decent amount of representation. At the same time, rock is still a major factor, with most of it coming from our guy, Daiki Kasho. This includes the song from the intro movie. Here's something interesting. I remember absolutely hating this intro the first time I watched it. Honestly, I don't really know what my problem was. All My Life is a pretty good track. It's not quite soul on display, the music from GT5's Spec 2 intro also courtesy of Kasho, but I think it fits pretty well. However, just like GT5's Spec 2 intro, this song was used in every region, meaning that this was the first game in the series to not feature Moon Over the Castle in any of its intros. When Gran Turismo 6 launched, it had over 1,200 cars in total, more than any other game in the series, and possibly any other racing game ever made. Through updates, that number increased further, to the point where it now stands at nearly 1,300, a truly staggering figure. Of course, 1,000 of those cars were already in GT5, and roughly 800 of those were ports directly from the PS2 and PSP, many of which being duplicates of the same car. So in reality, we're left with about 300 new cars, which includes the ones that were added to GT5 as paid DLC. From this, there aren't any real bombshell new inclusions, like we saw previously with Ferrari and Lamborghini. It's just a solid mix of cars of various eras, from noteworthy historic models to normal everyday cars, and the latest high-performance machines. I will say that one noticeable trend is the inclusion of cars from the emerging GT3 racing class, like the BMW Z4 GT3 and Mercedes SLS GT3. However, these cars are more notable for what they would foreshadow in the series rather than their actual inclusion in this game. As I mentioned earlier, Vision Gran Turismo concept cars were added to the game gradually, with models from 16 different brands eventually appearing in GT6. These represent an eclectic mix of ideas, some of which I like, and others I really couldn't care less about. The most well known is probably the SRT Tomahawk, a machine that can rival even the outrageous Red Bull fan cars. Even though these cars are designed specifically for the game, there is one major oversight with their design. Most of them do not have modelled interiors. They're left completely blank, just like most of the standard cars. Now, I don't even really use interior view, but just on a fundamental level, collaborating with various companies to create cars specifically to appear in the game, but not designing interiors for them when the game has an interior view, has to be up there as one of the most boneheaded decisions this series has ever made. Whilst the sheer number of cars in this game is what tends to get the most attention, we can't forget about the tracks. Like the cars, the track roster in GT6 contains almost everything from GT5, the only exception being the Top Gear test track, as arch-rivals Forza snagged that license in 2011. GT5's track list was already pretty decent, but GT6 elevates it to another level entirely. Alongside the DLC tracks from GT5, like Spa-Francorchamps, Motegi, and more, we got a crop of entirely new circuits. Of course, this is to be expected from any new GT game, but what I can't emphasize enough is the fact that almost every new inclusion is a banger in my opinion. From real-world tracks like Brands Hatch, Mount Panorama, and Ascari Race Resorts, to original designs like the Matterhorn Complex and the return of Apricot Hill, which has been entirely rebuilt. And when you then consider the free DLC tracks, such as the gorgeous remake of Midfield Raceway and the outstanding Circuito de la Sierra, the longest road circuit in Gran Turismo history, this tracklist has to go down as one of the all-time greats. Personally, I rate it just fractionally behind GT4. If it's included a few of the courses exclusive to that game, I'd be tempted to say it would be near perfect. When starting a fresh save, you're greeted by something that this series has never done before: a tutorial. Okay, maybe the license tests in the older games were like an extended tutorial, but you were never forced to do them immediately. In GT6, you're loaded onto the Brands Hatch GP circuit in a Renault Clio RS. Now, tutorials in racing games are always kind of tedious if you're an experienced player, but GT6's feels especially torturous. This game interrupts you, physically pausing the gameplay several times to give you basic pointers on how to drive. Now let me be clear, if you're making a racing game tutorial, do not do this. This is a crime. Or at least it should be. Anyway, after that ordeal, you're given 30,000 credits to buy your first car, a pretty generous amount of money. However, there's a catch. Your only option is the 2010 Honda Fit RS. So the problem with this is pretty obvious, I think. Choosing your first car is an important part of the Gran Turismo experience, as it often helps to define the general direction of your playthrough thereafter, so to throw that choice away feels pretty meaningless. I really dislike how they handled this, but that's not the only reason why. After you buy the Fit, you still have 13,000 credits left over which you can use to buy something else, and then even sell the Fit to get some extra cash to use for upgrades. This means that you can technically have that experience of choosing your starter, but it still feels wrong. Now, if after completing the tutorial the game said, "Congratulations, here's a Honda Fit, now get racing," that would be one thing, but it doesn't do that. No, it gives you money, a lot more than the car actually costs, and then makes you navigate through the dealership past all of the cars you could be choosing instead, so you can manually buy the Fit. Why do they make you do this? To me, it just comes off like they're rubbing salt in the wound. So GT6 doesn't give the strongest first impression, but this is a racing game, so let's do some racing. As I explained last time, with the improvement to the AI's awareness came a noticeable downgrade to their speed and aggression. Unfortunately, this trend continues in GT6. The opponents in this game are even bigger pushovers than in GT5. They are cripplingly slow to the point where you'll even get caught out, and not just in the early game events. As you progress through this game, there's something that you'll likely notice. In the older games, the races typically used a grid start. With GT4, we saw rolling starts become a lot more common, and in GT5, they were used in pretty much every career mode event. The same is true in GT6, but you'll notice that in a lot of races, the cars are much more spread out, with you starting some 20 seconds behind the leader in the worst cases. The point of this is to seemingly create some artificial challenge, because if these races had a traditional grid start, you could pass the entire field within a matter of seconds. The end result is that these races are more just glorified time trials where the other AI cars act as rolling roadblocks that slow you down. In fact, for the first few laps, the AI will actually drive several seconds off the pace until you pass them when they suddenly speed up. I didn't actually notice this until recently, mainly because even when they pick up the pace, they're still pretty damn slow. If you were hoping for some edge-of-your-seat racing action, you're not going to find it here. So what about the career mode structure? As you can see, the main career mode events are organised into 6 categories, ranging from novice to super. The controversial XP system from GT5 was thankfully dropped, but in its place came the star system. Basically, every time you do a career mode race, you earn stars. One for completing it, another for finishing in the top 3, and a third for winning. To unlock the next tier of events, you'll be required to earn a certain amount of stars, which first unlocks the necessary license. Only by completing the 5 license tests will you then be able to enter the level above. When it comes to the licenses themselves, the tests are very easy, at least by the standards of the older games. I think most players shouldn't have too many problems getting gold, but there are a couple of tests in the Super license which pose a tougher challenge. Even though the tests are mandatory, unlike GT5, the fact that they're so simple and there are so few of them means that they honestly don't really matter. You could take them out of the game and it would barely make any difference. As for the star system, there was a real risk of this just being the XP system all over again. In the novice events, you'll notice that each event requires more stars than the last, directing you to play them in a linear order. Thankfully, when you graduate to National A and beyond, this is no longer the case, with you being able to do the events here in any order you want, with the exception of the final championship in each tier. In the older games, having the freedom to mix up the order of events gave them a lot of replayability. You could imagine the career as a tree, with various branches leading to even more branches constantly opening outwards. One of the major factors in how this worked was the prize cards. Every event you did gave you a unique prize card, which you could then utilize in the events it was eligible for. However, this is where GT6 changes the formula. In this game, you no longer earn prize cards for completing events. Instead, you only earn a prize card for first earning half of the total stars in each tier, and then all of the stars. Bear in mind, you can still earn prize cards for getting all gold on the licenses, as well as for doing the optional missions and special events. But even with these included, there are far fewer prize cards in this game than the previous entries. The knock-on effect is that whilst, yes, you can do these events in any order you want, doing so makes virtually no difference. You always end up in the same place, earning exactly the same prize cards in every playthrough. In fact, as completing events is now meaningless, you can just jump from event to event, doing one race here and one race there, until you earn enough stars to move on. None of the choices you make really seem to matter. This point is only emphasized by the fact that there's now just one universal dealership where every car can be bought at all times. This decision has its pros and cons. A positive is that you'll never end up in a situation like GT5 where you can't find a certain car. However, one of the biggest negatives is that this now makes choosing which cars to buy a much less interesting experience. In GT6, you'll also find the performance point system, which rates cars based on their average performance. Technically, this was introduced in GT5, but as it came in an update, none of the career mode events were balanced around it. In GT6, almost every event has a performance point restriction, so it's a lot more important. Although in many cases, the game does give you a bit of extra leeway over the AI. Also, the ratings themselves aren't always super accurate. For example, the Toyota TS030 LMP1 car is extremely underrated, having a lower point rating than many GT cars which it can easily beat on track. However, for the most part, performance points do act as a rough guide for how competitive each car will be. So when you consider this as well, what you'll realize is that even though there are almost 1,300 cars in the game, which you can purchase whenever you want to, you have literally no reason to use 95% of them. And maybe even that's too generous. A symptom of having so many cars in a game is that you'll never be able to design the game in a way where a player can make use of the vast majority, without the career being 1,000 hours long. But even still, they could have at least tried. Over the previous few games, this series picked up so many weird and wonderful cars, stuff that you can't really find anywhere else, but there will almost always be far better options that represent more performance for less money. Of course, you don't always have to make the optimal choice, you can choose these oddballs instead, but knowing that you're inconveniencing yourself just to drive something interesting never feels fully satisfying. This is something that I think a lot of people ignore when they talk about being given total freedom in what makes racing games fun. Because freedom is great, but only within reason. Just because a game gives you the freedom to drive many interesting cars and do interesting things, doesn't mean you actually will. It's also about giving players a reason to do those things. Game mechanics like prize cars and rotating dealerships created scenarios where you could end up doing those things and driving those unusual cars simply because the limitations you were under meant that they represented the ideal choice in that specific moment. Situations like those simply don't exist in GT6's career. For me, GT6 was the first racing game where I really started getting into online league racing. Part of that was as a result of being underwhelmed with the single player, but still wanting to play the game. Once again, the servers for this game are long gone, but my memories still live on. Like many other things, the online experience of GT6 was similar to GT5. You could definitely have a lot of fun just messing around, but my shift in focus meant that I started taking it more seriously. Doing so did make the issues a lot more frustrating though. Instability was still a major problem. Some of the things I experienced personally were lag spikes that sent people flying around the track at 300 miles an hour, and the game frequently getting stuck during the black screen just before the start of a race. I swear I still have nightmares about this even now. So it clearly wasn't perfect, but when everything went smoothly, it could be a lot of fun. The addition of quick matches was a welcome inclusion, allowing you to jump into some racing with evenly matched cars that would somewhat foreshadow what we would see in the games after this. Even though this game wasn't as popular as GT5, it still had a very active and vibrant community, even into its later years. This was fostered further by features like clubs, which made hosting events easier. In spite of its flaws, I still look back on my time with GT6's online fondly. Whilst car customization took a step up in GT5 compared to the previous games, in the years since, players' demands for it started to grow. A livery editor in particular was one of the most requested features for GT6. Sadly, we would have to wait a bit longer for that, but in the meantime there were a few minor additions. A custom rear wing would become an option for most road cars, giving you a way to personalize the design and dimensions of the spoiler. These could also now be painted, and so could brake calipers. Whilst the paint chip system would return, it was now made so that once you earned a paint chip, it could be used infinitely. Certain premium cars also got a few extra options, such as custom gauges and optional number boxes. Photo travel's back, albeit with fewer locations than before. At least this time round you can bring standard cars in, and also place a second car if you want to. Car damage also reappears, but has been downgraded even further from GT5. Instead of body panels physically deforming, now a texture is applied to the surface which gives the illusion of deformation. Once you notice it, you can't really unnotice. By this point, a lot of the hype for car damage had died down, so it wasn't such a big deal. But it's still a shame to see this aspect be made worse. Mechanical damage is still the same as GT5, but yet again doesn't appear in any career mode events, even as an option. Now, as for the features that were brought in updates, let's start with B-Spec, which was added in version 1.16. Unlike GT5, B-Spec is no longer a separate career with its own progression. Instead, it's more like GT4, wherein it's just an option for single-player races. However, unlike either of the previous two games, there is no driver training aspect, with the performance of your driver being set in stone. You can of course do all the basic things, like tell them to speed up or pit in, but you also have the option to make them do certain things manually, such as accelerating, braking, and switching lanes. These real-time controls were included mainly to address complaints from the previous games that the B-Spec drivers were kind of stupid, and sometimes struggled to overtake cars they were much faster than. Ultimately, B-Spec doesn't serve much purpose in this game, given that A, the AI is pretty slow, so you're often just better off doing these races yourself, and B, there are no long endurance races in this game. We'll get more into that detail a bit later. By far the most anticipated thing to come to this game in an update was the Course Maker. GT5 had a Course Maker, but it only allowed for some basic options. With GT6, we were promised the ability to design tracks from scratch. It took a while, but this feature did eventually come to the game in September 2015, the awkwardly named Track Path Editor. But here's the thing. To use it, you had to install an app that was only available on tablets, but people were quickly able to make it work on smartphone and PC. However, the fact that any tracks designed had to be imported into GT6 via the internet meant that it was another casualty of the server shutdown in 2018. As for its functionality, it was pretty solid, as you use the tablet's touchscreen to mold the tracks as you please. As someone who loves doodling racetracks for fun, I often found myself loading it up just to play with in my free time, even if I had no intention of importing them into GT6. It wasn't perfect though. There were only 3 real circuit themes, all of them being on tarmac, which was a step down from GT5. You could also place trackside scenery to add some flavour to your circuits, however the options were very basic. Elevation changes were set and couldn't be edited, and there were limitations when it came to how sharp or narrow you could make corners. All in all, it was solid, but having waited the better part of 2 years for it, most people just expected a bit more. Still, the freedom this offered players was pretty cool. There were many replicas of real-world circuits, tracks from past GT games, and plenty of other interesting ideas, all of which you could download and drive on yourself. And that's before we even get to the modded tracks. Beyond the main career mode races, there are plenty of other events to do. Missions and coffee breaks return from GT4. The former focuses on overtaking challenges, whilst the latter is a bit more varied. You'll find the usual cone-based shenanigans, just like its namesake, but there are also drifting events, and eco-runs where you're tasked with managing a limited amount of fuel. Both of these features help to keep the gameplay varied, but that's also achieved by the special events. At launch, there were just 2, the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the Lunar Exploration. The first of those is an homage to the real-life Festival of Speed, where you're tasked with driving various cars up the Goodwood Hill climb. It's very grounded, which is in stark contrast to the Lunar Exploration. Here, you get to drive the lunar roving vehicle on the surface of the moon, effectively recreating NASA's Apollo 15 mission. Only Gran Turismo would think to try something like this. More special events would be added over time. The Red Bull X Challenge isn't listed as a special event, but it pretty much is. It brought new vehicles like the Red Bull X 2014 Junior and Standard. These cars are pretty fun to drive, and the races are actually some of my favourite in the entire game, featuring grid starts and decently competitive AI. The The Sebastian Vettel X Challenge returns as part of this, featuring the X2014 fan car, but thankfully it's nowhere near as difficult as GT5's. The Ayrton Senna tribute came in Update 1.08, including a series of time trials using vehicles from Senna's career on new 1980s versions of Brands Hatch and Monza. It also includes slideshows detailing Senna's career and legacy. And finally, we have the Sierra Time Rally. This is the event that brought with it the formidable Circuito della Sierra. The event itself is an outrun-style checkpoint challenge where you have to complete a full lap before time runs out, whilst also earning points and building up a combo meter. Even though there are fewer of them, I think the special events in GT6 are generally better than the ones in GT5. With the exception of the Lunar Exploration, which I do respect but still wish to never have to play again, I like all of the events here. For me, the Sierra Time Rally is the standout though. It's such a fun idea that I never really expected from Gran Turismo. The track itself is awesome, and it's honestly kind of addictive just trying to beat your own high scores. I just wish it had a little bit more replayability though. So, as I've discussed already, the main single player is pretty lackluster, but I'd be lying if I said that it didn't have any good points. One thing I really appreciate about GT6 is the event variety. Even though the game doesn't really incentivize players to use much of its expansive car roster, if you want to, you'll find events catering to pretty much every type of car imaginable. And that's not all, there are also some pretty interesting event themes. From ones that focus around a certain location, like Gornograt League, to others that are based around the conditions you race in, such as Midnight Racers. For me, one of the standouts is the Rainmasters event. Like GT5, wet weather is frustratingly underused in the main career, like many other things, but this event is the only exception outside of the super events. Here you're tasked with racing a high-performance rear-wheel drive road car at some of the most challenging circuits in the game, all in the pouring rain. In a game where most of the races kind of just feel the same, this event really stands out for being a unique challenge. I just wish Gran Turismo did more stuff like this. On the less positive side, rally racing is still extremely underutilized, with there being just a single event featuring dirt tracks in the main career, continuing its decline in relevance since the PS2 games. As we're on the topic of events, something that you've probably noticed is that the colourful and expressive event banners are not here, instead replaced with basic in-game screenshots. To be frank, I really have no idea why they changed this, because not only does it take some personality away from the game, it also makes the career seem smaller than it is. All of the events kind of blend into one. And speaking of things that shouldn't have been changed, we need to address the super events. For all of the flaws with GT5's career, the endurance races were one thing that it did better than any of the previous games. Provided you actually got far enough in the game to unlock them, you would discover full-length enduros with tyre wear, fuel usage, variable time and weather, and twice as many cars on track than any of the games before. The 24-hour races represented the ultimate challenge in GT5, and arguably the ultimate challenge in Gran Turismo as a whole. However, after reaching this peak, they decided to take a drastically different direction with GT6. In the super events, you'll find what are effectively scaled down endurance races. For example, instead of the 24 hours of Le Mans, there's the 24 minutes of Le Mans. As you can imagine, this change didn't go down amazingly well. For instance, one of the races here is the Suzuka Circuit 10-lap challenge, an obvious reference to the Suzuka 1000 kilometers that had been in GT4 and GT5. However, within GT5's Super GT events, you'll find a pretty much identical race, one of the very few outside of the endurances to feature wet weather in fact. The comparison between the previous games, where 10-lap races were nothing really special, and GT6, where they're now considered as standalone endgame events, kind of summed up how the career had been downgraded. To be honest, I actually do enjoy these races. They still feature tyre wear, fuel usage, and variable time and weather in some cases. For the three 24-minute races, time is even accelerated by a factor of 60, thus simulating a full 24 hours in-game. All of this leads to an experience which is certainly a step up over the rest of the events in the career, but it's not as if that's a very high bar to clear. Simply put, these races showcase what the late-game career mode events, such as the GT World Championship, should have been like. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that this is what I imagine is possible with a modern Gran Turismo career. Ultimately though, this is the hand we were dealt, so you just have to make the most of it. The lethargic AI drivers are still a problem in the super events, but this does allow you to make your own interesting challenges. For me, one of the best ways to enjoy this game's single player is trying to win these races with severely underpowered cars. When you factor in that the AI isn't great at pit strategy either, you can end up winning races you have truly no right to. Sometimes you really just have to make your own fun. From many perspectives, Gran Turismo 6 was the final send-off for the PlayStation 3, the last major title released exclusively on the platform. But did it send the console off in triumph, or with a whimper? Much like its direct predecessor, the initial reception to this game was quite mixed. For some, it was like GT5, but improved in almost every aspect, much like how GT2 was to GT1, or GT4 to GT3. For others, however, the changes made didn't amount to enough to warrant a full sequel, the game being likened to a DLC for GT5 or GT5 Spec 3 was quite common to see. But the most critical perspective was from those who saw the game as a relic of the past, an aging dinosaur whose only real selling point was sheer numbers. I think all of these points of view are valid to some degree. GT6 sold over 5 million copies, certainly nowhere near the 12 million of its predecessor, and even less than GT5 Prologue. However, that still makes it the 9th best-selling PS3 game ever, an impressive feat considering it only released after the PS4 was already on the market. But beyond the commercial and critical reception, there is another aspect we need to consider: mainstream relevance. It cannot be stressed just how massive Gran Turismo was during its peak. Even into the PS3 era, it still retained a huge presence, but between the releases of GT5 and GT6, mainstream interest cooled off massively. Of course, part of this was down to the game no longer being on a current console, but that's not the full story. By this point, Gran Turismo was a known quantity. You were never going to be surprised playing one of these games. Although GT5 aimed to address the most requested improvements and additions with the games up until that point, its somewhat botched execution only created more headaches. Whilst GT6 tried to address some of these areas, the majority were still carried over, and with a few new ones also. Last time, we touched on the emergence of Forza as the series' direct rival, and how it even came to surpass GT in many ways. But in 2013, that rivalry kind of hit a brick wall. Forza Motorsport 5 was announced as a launch title for the Xbox One, releasing just a few weeks before GT6. As a result, its MO was completely different, sacrificing total content for much higher fidelity that made use of the new hardware. Although many still tried to compare the two, ultimately any real comparison was kinda meaningless. These were two games separated by a whole console generation aiming to achieve totally different things. The cliche of quality versus quantity is what comes to mind, although I think that would be slightly unfair on GT6. The byproduct of this is that this game had even less relevance when it came to the 2013 racing game scene. If we have a look at my poll, we can find that you guys voted GT6 as your collective 5th favourite GT game with just under 10% of the votes. This puts it only slightly behind GT2 and GT3, but still some way off GT5. As for why those who voted for it did, it's pretty simple really. The sheer amount of content. Most people cited the number of cars and tracks as the main reason and why they consider it their favourite. Even though many recognised that it wasn't the best designed GT game, it still allowed them to sink a huge amount of time into it, so it must have been doing something right. But here's the big question: is GT6 actually an improvement over GT5? Depending on who you ask, you will get varying results. Some will say that of course it is, it's GT5 but with more of everything, whereas some others will tell you that GT5 was a far more ambitious game and GT6 is just a less interesting version of it. Now this is going to sound like a cop-out, but for me it really depends. Let me put it this way. If you were to ask me which of the two games I would prefer to boot up right now and start a brand new save, it would be GT5, no question. But if you asked me which of the two I would want to load up my completed save file in, where I've beaten the main career and have much more freedom to do whatever I want to, I would choose GT6 all day long. For me, it really comes down to comparing the structured single-player experience against the sandbox-style experience, like I outlined back with GT2. For all of the complaints I had about GT5's career, it still felt like a classic Gran Turismo career, albeit not a great one. GT6 on the other hand just doesn't feel the same. In fact, I'd say that the first hour of gameplay in particular is the worst of any GT game. Yes, even more so than GT7. When we look at some of the biggest issues with the single player, like not being able to choose your first car, the severely gimped AI, the lack of unique prize cars, and the removal of endurance races, these are complaints that you've most likely heard many times already, and that's because they're just so obvious. But what was really worrying was that none of these were accidental. They were all deliberate design choices. Whilst I get that many of these decisions were aimed at making Gran Turismo more accessible, I still don't think that justifies them. Because there is a big difference between including things that make a game more appealing to a wider audience, and just stripping away a lot of what makes it enjoyable for the core fanbase. There is an important balance, which GT6 clearly doesn't even come close to striking. However, there is one major way in which this game redeems itself. For all the past games, I've chosen one aspect that I believe makes them worth revisiting in current day, and with GT6, it has to be its sandbox. When you look at the game through this lens, many of its weaknesses actually become strengths. For instance, the fact that every car is available in the dealers at any time means that you can just get lost browsing it for hours, reading all of the car descriptions and discovering some models you never even knew existed. And that's before you even buy anything. The number of possibilities this game offers when it comes to experimenting with cars is astounding. Who cares that the single player career kinda sucks when you can just come up with your own goals and challenges? This is where GT6 truly shines, because it's not just about purely the number of cars and tracks, but also the tools the game gives you to come up with almost anything you can imagine. Miss the old super touring cars from GT2? No problem, just make some yourself. And back when the servers were still live, you could take things online, creating even more possibilities. Not to sound like some sort of hack game reviewer, but if GT3 is the Dark Souls of Gran Turismos, then GT6 is the Minecraft. Provided you have the initiative, there is just so much to do in this game that you will almost never get bored. What also helps is that this game was definitely a lot more future-proof than GT5. It still functions pretty much how it did back then. All of the DLC was added in free updates, and so is still accessible. Not being able to import tracks from the track path editor, or even access tracks you may have previously imported, is one of the only black marks against it in this respect. Of course, there were also seasonal events offering big payouts that made high-value cars more attainable, but even without this, earning money is a lot easier than it was in GT5, so long as you don't mind seeing the Red Bull X 2014 standard. To tell the truth, making this video has really made me want to get my old PS3 fixed, as that's where my original save file where I have hundreds of cars and millions of credits is stuck. GT6 was the game where I really started to get involved with the community. Around this time, there was quite a lot of frustration when it came to the series. It just felt like so many aspects of it were compromised. But looking back on it in current day, we really didn't know just how good we had it. For Polyphony to not only give us this game, but then continue to support it for multiple years after with new and crucially interesting free content has to be applauded. This doesn't make the issues with this game any less valid, but they're certainly no worse than what we see with the series in current day. In the intro to this series of videos, I made the point that each Gran Turismo game holds a unique place in defining the story of this franchise. But to be entirely honest, GT6 is by far and away the least impactful mainline game in the narrative of Gran Turismo. In some ways it is like a past relic, a holdover from a previous era before the series would reinvent itself entirely. Frankly, you could completely erase it from history and not a whole lot would change. But saying that doesn't really do this game justice. In an era where every decision has to be justified, to see a game with so much content just for the sake of having it comes off as almost defiant. This game did not need to have even half of the stuff that it did, but they still included it all anyway. It takes a truly bizarre set of circumstances for a game like Gran Turismo 6 to exist. But in my opinion, we're all the better for it. So, what happened next? In October 2015, the series finally unveiled its first foray onto the PS4 with Gran Turismo Sports. The messaging around this game was very different than any of the previous titles. Firstly, almost all of the content was rebuilt for the new hardware, finally doing away with assets that had been part of the series since the turn of the millennium. Secondly, the game would have a much stronger emphasis on competitive online racing through the titular sport mode, with single-player content being far more limited than what we had seen from the series before. This represented a pretty major shift in focus for the franchise, one that strongly divided opinion. Regardless, GT Sport did eventually release in October 2017, and whilst it was very light on content to begin with, over the next few years it would be continually added to with free updates. These included not only new and returning cars and tracks, but also more single-player content, namely the GT League mode that referenced the career modes of the older games. However, whilst it was a nice gesture and gave offline-focused players a lot more to do, it very obviously wasn't the same. There were no prize cars, no championship events or end goals, upgrades were much more simplified, and the whole nature of it being drip-fed through updates meant that there was no real consistent progression. This wasn't helped by design choices like the daily marathons, where you could win any car in the game at random just by driving a few miles each day. Although GT Sport represented a breath of fresh air for the series, and also sold surprisingly well, it only served to further the franchise's decline in relevance. The game was popular with people who mostly played racing games, but beyond that, it had a very limited mainstream appeal. At the same time, many players who were raised on those older games, with their deep and expansive single-player modes, were left somewhat alienated. So, with Sony unveiling the PlayStation 5 in mid-2020, Gran Turismo 7 was announced as one of the console's flagship titles. The target of GT7 was clear to everyone pretty much immediately. Take GT Sports, with all of the content that had been added to it over the years, as well as its new features like Sport Mode and the livery editor, and marry this with a more traditional Gran Turismo experience where you compete in varied events, building up a car collection as you go. The idea was that this game would have the best of both worlds. The marketing of GT7 was very keen to push the notion of this game being a triumphant return for the series. Trailers showed scenes that very deliberately called back to the past games, and the gameplay appeared to be taking strong inspiration too. There would also be new additions such as engine swaps for the first time in the series. After so long spent not living up to its true potential since the PS2 days, GT7 finally looked like the game that would set this series back on the right course. And when it released in March of 2022, that didn't happen. No, instead what we found was a bit of a mess. Whilst GT7 looked incredible, drove well, and was packed with various features and modes, beyond that, it was an absolute disaster class in game design. The single-player career was hopeless, a series of set tasks that prioritized learning about cars over actually enjoying them. It also ended before it even really started. Almost every feature included was squandered in some way, either through not being fully utilized or having bizarre limitations placed on them that only made the experience worse. And this was all topped off by the utterly baffling in-game economy, where many cars were priced extremely high in accordance to their real-life value, because that was important for some reason, but the game didn't give you a way to actually earn enough money to get them. GT7 received quite a lot of backlash for this at the time, with Polyphony even having to rush out some quick fixes to stem the PR disaster. If you want to know more of my thoughts on GT Sport and GT7, I made a separate retrospective on the former, and a 3.5-hour breakdown of everything wrong with the latter, both of which are linked in the description. That GT7 video is a couple of years old at this point, and a few things have changed, but as I predicted back then, the core problems still haven't been addressed. So that's where Gran Turismo stands in current day. But through the course of this journey into the franchise's past, what did we actually learn? Well, for me, the key takeaway is that I now have a much better understanding of how the series' priorities changed. With each of these games, you have to consider what were the priorities in their design, and how did that affect the way they ended up. When we look back to the beginning of the series, Kaz and Polyphony had a lot to prove. They were trying to create a new style of racing game that had never been seen before. Whilst we can point to various aspects that GT1 was a trendsetter in, like the massive selection of licensed cars, the simulation-oriented physics, and the new standard in visuals, to me, the real priority of this game was the overall experience. The beauty of Gran Turismo is in how it uses all of these elements to create a rewarding and enjoyable experience for its players. It's not just about having these impressive features and interesting ideas in isolation, it's all about how they come together to create something that's much greater than just the sum of its parts. I feel this sentiment still holds true for GT2 and GT3 as well. With GT4, we saw how realism started to take over in some aspects, namely the handling and visual design. In these cases, it's not about realism being used to make the game a necessarily better experience, but simply because it's more realistic, and that's the only reason. However, the most important point is that the overall design of GT4 is still clearly prioritizing the experience, hence why it's such a fondly remembered game. GT5 is where I believe the priority really started to shift. Whilst I do appreciate its ambition, in some respects it does feel like a box-ticking exercise. It's like Polyphony looked at all of the complaints with the previous games, of which there were quite a few, even though we tend to ignore them in current day, and just went through systematically trying to address all of them. This process led to a game that technically achieves everything it needs to, but nothing quite fits together correctly or is used to its full potential. The focus on new features also resulted in other core aspects being neglected, the main career being the obvious example. And we saw the realism at all costs trend start to influence the game design, such as with the pricing of certain cars which can't be won through simply playing the career. Then we have GT6. The priority with this game seemed to be making Gran Turismo more accessible. Now, accessibility isn't a bad thing, and in some respects it could have improved the previous games, but in GT6 it just seems to be an excuse to water down the experience by changing things that almost nobody had an issue with. However, what's really fascinating is if we take these ideas and then apply them to the series in current day. Making things realistic just for the sake of realism, even if it makes the overall experience worse? Check. Not optimizing many features or considering how they can be used in conjunction with other aspects of the game? Check. And streamlining the career to make it more accessible, but also unintentionally removing a lot of the challenge and intrigue that made it fun to play in the first place? That's a big ol' check. Ultimately, it's not just about the games now being worse than they used to be, but how the priorities of the series have shifted so much to make it this way, a process which didn't just happen overnight. Frankly, I don't think Gran Turismo in current day has much to do with the original game beyond the surface level aspects. The priorities are just so wildly different. Back when I was making my series of videos breaking down GT7, something I really struggled with was understanding how Polyphony could miss the point of what made those older games so great, when they were the ones who created them and even established the standards by which I was judging them. Now, it's not lost to me that I am prone to overanalyzing these games. Come on, I do at least have more self-awareness than Polyphony. But when looking back at these games, it really made me question whether the decisions I was praising Polyphony for were actually intentional, or I was just talking complete bullshit and they just stumbled their way into making all-time classics. After all, if GT7 is the game they've made now that they have virtually no limitations on time, resources, or hardware, maybe this really was Kaz's vision all along, and the older games only ended up the way they did as a result of having to design around those limitations. I do think there's some truth there, but having now made this series of videos, I'm going to shoot down that hypothesis. Even if Kaz and Polyphony don't fully recognize it, their priorities have changed a lot. And because of that, GT7 is not a continuation of the games that came before, but rather something else entirely. In some respects, it's not even a game anymore. Maybe the term online car life simulator was more appropriate than we originally realized. There's always been a certain thought that people like to spread whenever they talk about any of the older Gran Turismos. It's the idea that we will never see a racing game like this ever again. But to be quite honest, I hate when people say stuff like this. Now, I get it. It all comes from a good place of appreciating these games and the impact they had and continue to have. But what does thinking this way actually achieve? Because you can flip this statement around to have a very different meaning. Well, if there will never be another racing game like GT4, then why try to surpass it? It's already perfect. Except, it isn't. None of the Gran Turismo games are. And going through the process of understanding how these games work and what people really enjoy about them has made me realize just how silly that statement is. These games do a lot of things right, but it's not thanks to some secret game design formula that'll never be replicated. If you study them hard enough, you can understand exactly what they do right and even how to improve them. I mean, for the sake of argument, looking at this video, you could say that my perfect Gran Turismo would be one that has all of the cars and tracks from GT2 and GT4 respectively, the career mode of GT3, but also the sandbox aspect of GT6, and the ambition of GT5, while still retaining the purity of the original game. Of course, some of those points do contradict one another, but you get the idea. However, the truth is that my perfect Gran Turismo style racing game isn't just a mishmash of games I've already played, but likely something entirely original. Just because there haven't been any racing games better than them since, doesn't mean there can't or won't be. It's just that at this point, I'm almost certain that it won't come from Polyphony. By now, there will be a few people who think I've contradicted myself with the title of this video, but whilst I do believe there will never be another Gran Turismo, that's not because of how good the older games are, but rather how they change the racing game genre. There will undoubtedly be racing games that come and shake things up with new ideas, but barring any unexpected breakthroughs, I am almost 100% certain that there will never be another title that redefines the meaning of what a racing game is and what they're capable of in the same way Gran Turismo did. Once the cat's out of the bag, you can't exactly take it out again. In some respects, I do think the decline of this series was somewhat inevitable. Because Gran Turismo burned so brightly in the PS1 and PS2 eras, I believe it was always doomed to fade into the background eventually, no matter what they did. I always imagine an alternate timeline where after GT4, the series never faltered. The game still kept being just as consistently good in the same ways. However, as we saw, one consistent complaint with the series ever since GT2 was in how similar the games felt, at least from a broad perspective. They of course differed in many ways, but the experiences they gave were all variations of the same thing. I think the mainstream would have just gotten bored eventually and moved on to something else. After all, just because something works now doesn't mean it's gonna work forever. It's painful to admit that because I really do love the classic Gran Turismo formula. It's a lot more well thought out than people often give them credit for, but at some points you do have to move on. Unfortunately in this case, it happened a lot sooner than most expected, and where the series went next wasn't exactly an improvement. At the same time, it still feels like there's some unfinished business. When you think about it, we never got to see the ultimate version of what I call a Phase 1 Gran Turismo game. That is to say, a game that has a fully fleshed out single player experience, like the older titles, but combined with various online features, deeper customization, and many other additions and improvements that we've seen in the series since then. This is the game that many of us expected GT7 to be, but it very clearly wasn't. If we could have a game that fulfills this one day, then I'd finally be able to die happy. Oh well, still got a good 60 more years in me, so I can wait. I don't know where this series will end up in the future, but in spite of my frustrations with where it's at right now, I just have to say thank you. Thank you Polyphony, thank you Kazunori, and thank you for watching this unbelievably long video. Gran Turismo as a series has played a huge role in who I am today. Not only has it defined my lifelong passion, but it's allowed me to turn that into my livelihood. Some might find it ridiculous to have this level of attachment to a racing game of all things, but no matter what anyone else says, these games show that Gran Turismo is capable of being so much more than just a driving simulator.